Good evening, and welcome back to Tomes and Tales RPG. I'm your resident Dungeon Master Cody, and with me are our spooky party members. Say hi, spooky party members.
Hi, spooky party members.
We love that. Now, quickly, first thing I have to say is just before we start, a heads up in advance that after episode 5, we will be having our first Tales from the Tomb table, which is a fun little discussion episode where we plan to do every 5 to 10 episodes where we just can discuss what's happened so far, how we're feeling, and maybe a peek behind the screen about mechanics and story stuff and little fun bits like that. So be sure to get your notifications on and so you get alerted when those do go live. If you have questions, feel free to drop them below in comment section on our Instagram, TikTok, anything like that. And yeah, that's it as far as show announcements. And just before we do go on, I would like to just quickly say thanks to three groups of individuals. First, I want to say thank you to Brett, who is my de facto father-in-law, and his guys at his company, A1 Shopfitters, for building us this incredible new table that we get to play on and film on. We love it very much, and thank you from the bottom of my heart and from the bottom of our hearts. We really love it, and I love having you as part of my family, so thanks very much. Secondly, to those listening to our podcast version of the show, which will be available on Spotify, Google Podcasts, Anchor, the vocalized introduction that you'll hear on those episodes was done by none other than my good friend Dale, who does really cool stuff online over at Right on Dale, which is WRITEONDALE. Dale, we love it. We love you. Thank you so much. Anyone who wants to pop over to support Dale on his Ko-Fi, which is linked in his TikTok, which I'll also get linked down below as well, which is just at Right on Dale. Also, this amazing NPC shirt that I'm wearing was gifted to me by Jess and Tori from The Owl and the Serpent. They do wonderful little bits and bobs like some RPG themes, some art. But you can go and purchase and have a squeeze. I'll also make sure their little link is down in the down the bottom. Well, with that though, unless anyone else has anything they want to chip in and we're good to go, I think we'll jump straight back in to the next episode of Tomes and Tales.
Welcome to Tomes and Tales RPG.
And welcome back. So, last we left our problemed party members. They had just recently left Gutenlau with a cart loaded with rations for their trip to Hunnenfrace. Hugel, having his handmade map marked by Raydan, the party had a checkpoint in the town of Sindrafen, which is a quick stop before their final stretch back to Hunnenfrace. Walking along the path, the first night went without incident as the elves Zero and Dardia decided to split the watches between themselves, which would end up being quite a smart move in a landscape that can be quite unforgiving and relentless against those who are not prepared. An incident regarding a raven, wherein Zero shot first and asked questions later, drew the ire of the devout cleric Hugel, who stated that such a bird is a sacred symbol. Moving into the evening, Zeph and Zero were alerted to whispers on the wind, stemming from a small gap in the forest's density. Voyage offered to send Dog in to investigate, and Zephyros took it upon themselves to follow behind the scaly sleuth, almost invisible to his senses. I know, I'm so proud of these little things I'm putting in. Ad-libs. Breaking into the clearing, Zephyros eventually caught sight of what was attempting to lure the party down the path. A shadowy creature that almost seemed to coalesce into a multitude of different humanoid forms. Upon seeing Dog, the creature raised a hand and shrieked a high-pitched wailing, alerting our party and prompting a pre-combat investigative stint. The creatures eventually reared their shadowy forms again and attacked our party. At first, magical attempts to dissuade the creatures did not work, so our party had to rely on the good old-fashioned method. Guns and knives and knives and guns. Both creatures were slain, and the party felt that the air of the woods returned to its natural form, almost being thanked for helping regulate the magical balance. Knowledge of the creatures actually came from Zephyros, who in their younger years read books on multitudes of creatures that could alter their forms, and had recalled that these creatures were actually known as anguishes, and form where an area is filled with anguish and pain. That pain manifesting into an entity that can cause more gratuitous harm and thus spawning more anguishes. The party continued on, and closing in on the town of Sindrafen, were met by a traveller not unlike themselves. were met by a traveller, not unlike themselves. A cart loaded with knickknacks and mismatched lanterns and windows that were not designed to fit, but somehow they did. This merchant, who at first seemed to be a small, decrepit man, unfolded his limbs and revealed himself to be an almost elongated elf of some sort, bearing some passing resemblance to Zephyros. Zero was intrigued by his mannerisms and what he sought to sell. Some bartering ensued between the two before he offered a simple ring to Zero, an IOU, as she called it. Upon accepting the deal, her eyes were filled with visions of a landscape farther than anything she'd ever seen, almost endless. Spiderwebs as big as ropes, a world that seemed alive. And to the rest of the party, however, blood simply began to pour from her nose and ears, almost instantaneously. Upon laughing that their deal was set, the thin man closed up his shop, shrunk back down, and smiled as he slinked beneath his large hat, leading our party, standing in the middle of the road, as we pick up exactly where we left off. Make sure that's all good. Yep. Zero. Your head is aching. Knowledge of a limitless landscape flying past behind your eyes directly into your brain. Blood seeping out of your nose and ears, like you felt like the burst blood vessels and capillaries and like the warm liquid running down your body. But at the instant, you're not quite sure where to begin, like what to acknowledge first or what to do. But you feel that surge, like that initial rush through like the balls of your feet to your waist, to your solar plex, into your throat, your ears, your brain, and eventually it burns for a couple of seconds and then it finally subsides. And you're not a stranger to making a deal, but this one feels a little bit more bad than others. What do you want to do? Sorry, before you do, Liam, can you please turn the fan down one before I do that?
Yeah.
Wrong gear.
Yeah, literally.
What do you do?
Well, after it subsides, she'll probably gather herself and probably try to sort of quickly clean herself up as best as she can. And then, in sort of like a dazed fashion, she'd be able to walk pretty far by herself now that it's sort of...
It's definitely like, it's like when you get clapped in your ear accidentally, like when you take a fall, like you're like wrestling with somebody. It's like that instant high pitch, like that. Yeah, but it's that, and it's the aching stops, and that takes a minute to like level out, and you go to take a step, and like instantly you're just like, whoa, hold on, and like you guys see it too, like straight away. There's like a moment where like you take a minute. And eventually that ringing finally subsides, but not all the way. It's still ever so faintly just there in the back of your ear, in the back of your brain. But you finally feel like your equilibrium settle again. And then you're like, okay, let's try this again. And you're finally able to take 2 steps.
Yep, she sort of cautiously walks over to the cart and she like misses grabbing onto it the first time, but on the second time her hand makes contact and she sort of hoists herself in and she sits in there and lets her head hang back for a bit, and she is mentally clocked for the time being. She's just keeping her eyes closed, head back, waiting for the bleeding to stop, and she's just going to chill out for the time being. She's just going to let a majority of it subside, so she's a little bit mentally out of action for the time being.
What about everybody else?
While she's...
Sorry. What to the death for it?
Hat's going off now.
Yep, can I focus?
Yes. The theme was hats, okay? We got the hats in the intro. Now we can go back to being our normal gremlin selves.
Okay.
Except for you, sir.
Yeah. Oh, no, I'm keeping that.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, good.
I just had to I didn't bring hats, so it's time for all of you to wear hats instead.
That's right, the wire brooms were making your faces all dark on camera. So
Yeah.
it works for your character.
Yes. So, as Zero's climbing into the cart, Voyage is actively like, holy fuck, don't fall, don't stack it, don't cop a face full of mud. As she's like getting in, but he doesn't actively touch her because he's all like, I also don't want to catch whatever cooties you've just got.
I was just about to say, he doesn't want to get the same EBGBs.
but also purely based on there is blood, therefore cure wounds. Just to make sure that she's definitely physically okay.
Okay. You did take psychic damage. So instantly, when that cure wounds like leaves Voyager's hand and like flows into your body, the last bit of ringing instantly subsides. What's it look like though when Voyage casts cure wounds?
It is a silvery, like you've been dusted with a light coating of snow that just instantly melts.
Voyager would have imagined glitter.
Not quite glitter. More like you've accidentally kicked your foot through a snowdrift and it's just kind of just gone like.
I imagine it more like just like last bit when you least like expected ally.
Yeah, because he gets it from his mum.
My mum. I get poison ivy, calm down.
After he does that, she kind of just and continues back with her mini mental vacation.
Beautiful.
Just to make sure that she's not gonna fucking get, that shit's getting everywhere.
She mumbles a quiet thank you.
Technically that was 6 healing.
Yes, weeks.
Lovely. Liam, you can actually flick that dial back up. I don't care if there's a little bit of white noise in the background. It's getting a bit warm. I will say that'll keep it.
And I'll say that silence was deafening.
Yeah.
I was like, I could hear everything. Yeah, like, I was like, wow.
Excellent. That's okay. On to it's fine. I'll just put Gate on.
It's Australia, they'll
Yeah, exactly. You got the music.
You can cover it.
Lovely. What about everybody else? Is anyone doing
to it
anything immediately right now?
as Hugo goes to pass. Oh no, you've got it.
Yeah.
I'll save my spells.
Everyone tries to help at once.
That was a scary moment. Everyone who is not 0, please make perception checks for me. I love that sound so much. Guess who's back in the house? Heels keep clacking around.
So that's a 25.
Just casually.
Just no for me.
Cheeky little 20.
Yeah, straight up. I'm not even gonna bother. Like, the diary doesn't notice shit.
That was 17.
Wait, has it been 30 seconds? We can swear now, right?
Yep. Smart. He's on it. He's switched on.
I always did it early. I was like, wait, no, there's a time limit.
I'm watching the audio file extend and then Liam just goes, fucking bingo. Zeph and Voyage, in the immediate rush of what's happening, now that you guys realize that 0 is okay, not okay, let's figure out what's going on. It's not the fact that you hear something, it's the fact that you don't hear it. And when you turn to observe your immediate area, that cart's gone and the Thin Man is gone.
Yeah.
You can see the path. There is no way he possibly could have walked that distance at the snail's pace that he was walking when you guys first crossed his path. But he is gone.
My husband gone to war once again.
He needs some milk.
I sit on my balcony and I wait for him to return.
I'll be back when you least expect it.
I'll make lemon meringue.
Oh my god. Get the fuck out of here. But yes, the area is silent.
She likes you. You should just kind of hang out and make sure she's okay. Yeah. You just go sit with her. Cool.
Already planning on it.
Wonderful. So, you guys were very close to Syndrafen as a whole when this interaction happened. Going off my vague memory, recollection, because again, I'm terrible at taking notes for myself because I have so many places to spin at once. I believe you were but a few hours out when that interaction happened because you had been traveling. You still have good time to make, yes.
Is it still...
It's the same day. Yeah. Which I believe was Diendas.
Donna Sven.
Oh, Donna Sven.
Sorry.
No, that's all right. I'm still learning what to do. Oh, Donna Sven, yeah. So you guys can still, because that interaction was a couple of minutes, so you can still make good time. So unless there was anything immediately you guys wanted to do, I believe the best plan of action probably the guys would just be going back on the road. Yep. Yep.
On the road again.
On the road again. On the road again. All right. So, what's the marching order for this time? Is there going to be anything different? Is anyone going to change up how they're moving? Is anyone doing anything differently?
I'd say I'll jump off the cart and allow
So you're
Zero to chill out.
You're in
Thank you,
bed.
Simon.
You're out cold. So you're chilling. I guess we're all walking.
Lovely. No, that's okay. So let me. My nose just went straight back to the beginning. Why'd they do that? Okay. So you guys begin to move. You know, the rolling of the cartwheels, the hoofs of the horse clomping in the dirt and the soil. Daria's plate clunk, 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 clunking along as you guys march along. But this is a piece of cake for you. All you did was march and swing a sword when you were in training. So it's normal for you.
Yeah.
As you guys continue to move, very vaguely in the background, at first you believe it's just the passing of like the horse stepping on something in the path, but the rumble of thunder can be heard in the distance, like that ever so faint. And the trees begin rustling as the wind forces them to sway. Some dead leaves fall to the soil in your way as you guys begin to move. Hugel.
What a perfect timing.
The last 2 days.
Why did I draw and craft this one flower?
I reckon Hugel has a grandfather sneeze. Like, he's so tiny, he just goes, birds flying off in the distance from the tree.
Fucking 2Ks away.
A baby cries.
Anyway.
I think you're right.
As the group continues to push, you've been checking your map and making notes as to exactly where you are to make it more accurate. And you look up and you see where the segmented path begins to appear, and then checking back on your map, you're confident that you found the off turn to Sindrafen. So as you kind of slow down, if you're kind of like using your map to lead the party, which I'd kind of safely assume would be like you and Daria at the front, as you begin to slow down, I believe like the whole kind of train would begin to slow as they look to the map. Oh, look at that.
Traffic. Where are we?
We're coming into that town there.
Okay. I was like half expecting us to be like on the map, but no, you're fucking. Your sense of direction
Voyage
is
death in the
astounding.
back, just like,
I do plan on doing it.
Ellie to her siblings through.
But yes, as you come across the break in the path, and you're quite confident you are where you need to be.
Daria has no idea where we are. So, yeah. Bye bye.
you patted me good.
My bad.
This is our turn off if we want to restock and stop for the night in Sindrafen. Otherwise, we can shoot straight on through to the city.
No, let's keep going. That'll be fine.
No, we're stopping.
Yeah.
There's a storm coming.
I think Zero
so-
could use a night indoors.
He's Russian. You'll be fine.
What's Russian?
Oh, we should be. No one got the rushing, like quickly joke Russian.
Damn it. I should have been known better.
We're not all soldiers. We might need a night.
Good point. That is a very good point. All right. Okay.
We have the supplies to make it all the way to the city, but only just, so... What do you say? To
Break.
Sindrafen?
Proper rest, since there's a storm coming as well.
Oh,
How do you know that?
Stop.
Oh shit! He's like,
Pissing down.
as you know, there's storm. Rain. Honestly, for more love. What is this rain you speak of?
There's some sort of war for him on the sky. Someone called him ages. This is suspicious.
Oh, fucking hell. Okay, alright, so it's almost about to rain.
the left.
Yeah, to the left, everything I heard. The bottom to the left.
Shimmy.
That was so good.
We
Sorry.
just
Did you just make a short?
That's content. Alright.
You
So
gotta just like flip it though, because I was going right.
from this side, you're going left, so it's fine.
Okay, great.
Camera left.
which one is it again?
And then
You're a bunch of fucking heathens. So, wake left and begin to follow the path. And in due time,
You just go right.
yeah,
This way.
you guys break left and in due time following the path. And it's not like one of those things where it's like, oh, is it going to be the path less traveled? You know, what's the actual tenacity of this road that apparently exists? And it is consistent. And at some point, it eventually fades out from soil and it starts becoming like patchwork stone, and then eventually it breaks into a full stone pathway. So obviously at some point there's a road that exists and where the soil has been washed over from like the rain and storms, but it becomes a fully stone road, like cobblestone road, and so eventually you're like jostled away from like of the cart as it rocks you back to consciousness. But eventually the light glow in the distance over like that vague curvature of the horizon of the landscape begins to appear. And you see the town of Sindrafen as you guys, I'd say, crossing the precipice in the sense where it's like you can visually see the town, and anyone who is at the entrance, for lack of a better term, could definitely see you, but you're not fully in Sindrafen proper. But if you didn't already know it was there, you could almost miss it. A quaint little town of probably no more than 8, maybe 9 buildings, and that's excluding an obvious prayer hall that you can see off center to the back right-hand side of the township. Small shacks and cottages along a singular main road. The path itself, leaves and continues down a couple of ways, jutting out here and there, but one big main road and then a couple of little side streets. More like a strip, like a mall, like a strip mall, basically, for lack of a better term. But the paths themselves do continue down, implying that there are more to follow, but this is the mainstay for the folk out here. And it's right here in, the thick of the woods. Like, well, there's the woods all around to basically encompass this little township, like a secluded little part away from everything. The path is partially dry with some pockets of wet that have seeped into the stone and not gotten out from the last time it has rained, but hope mainly still dry enough. The soft glow of light coming through. Now you see where it's coming through windows and lanterns hanging on the front edges and the balusters, I think it's called, or whatever it is. I don't know. Like where they hang off the front of the houses, and you can see where they're hanging out the front of certain establishments. But you guys eventually cross that precipice into like the main road of town, and as you're passing all the cottages and stuff, everyone make perception checks for me.
Voyage is not looking.
Dara is still like in his visor.
Yeah,
Do I even wear a helm? I think I
Hey.
you know, 20. Jesus,
18 on dog.
Yeah, Dari's eyes are closed.
18.
On dog.
God,
Me
yeah.
and Dog leading the way.
As long as like an overexcited chihuahua. What mainly Dog gets overexcited because it's a lot of things that's like stimulating his peanut-sized brain. But Dog's alertness alerts you, Hugo, and eventually you start taking it in. And what did you get?
17.
17. Excellent. You as well. Rather, I guess for you it makes sense. You're coming into consciousness.
Wait, what did you get?
17.
How the fuck do you get a 17 when you're? I rolled an 8.
I'm
Mate.
awake. I'm like walking.
You're in the cart and you're like, shove it over there. No, he's like, the fuck are you on about?
I can smell what they're cooking for dinner. What alerts to Hugel and Zero specifically, and then obviously with Dog being like super overexcited. Dog is a very reactionary creature, you know what I mean? He takes in information and then kind of what triggers his brain depends on how he acts. And he gets overexcited because it's a new place, it's a new town, new friends. But what you two specifically begin to notice mainly off the bat is there's been a bit of commotion here. Something like some of the buildings are completely dark and you're not quite sure if it's like oh, well, maybe, people have gone to bed, or maybe no one's just home at this current point. But you see some like where there's some windows shattered, and then at one point, like you specifically more so notice, because Hugel is really good with people, but you're really good at environments. There's like broken chairs, tables, bits of glass that have been like brushed to the side of the walkway. It looks like there's been a bit of a kerfuffle in this township. And Hugel, you as you're walking along and you're taking in the sights and like trying to rein dog in while Voyage is off with the fucking butterflies.
That's a nice lamp.
You start noticing like some people walking around and looking, and they're let's just roll 2. We'll see what happens. Yeah. They can't immediately on their face hide the fact that they immediately look frightened of your entire group. Instantly. Like there's
How far away are they?
Probably a couple of feet, maybe 30, 40 feet. They're kind of on one side of the strip, on the opposing side, and you guys are coming up, and they've noticed you, and they've whispered to each other, and they've kind of like backed up a little bit, and they're looking a bit frightened.
Hugo just smiles and crafts a small flower, sort of throws it out towards them.
Out of everything you could have done.
Right?
You just make a flower appear and like you could have said hello.
Made them shit themselves.
For the record.
Yeah, good point.
Just towards a smile. And
For the record. You see a male human, roughly maybe mid-30s, like a bit scruff around the face, a couple of grey hairs poking through a brown, like brunette, copper hair. Walks over. He's got like just trousers and a shirt and a small apron, like one of those like slim aprons. Got some like wood carving tools in there, and he walks over and like leans down to you specifically because you offered out the flower, and he goes, "Oh, hello, little friend. What can I do for you? What are you after?"
We're just travelers. We're on our way down from Gutenlauer and just passing through. Really, everyone seems a little on edge.
He got you a flower.
I know. I noticed that. It's very beautiful. Thank you. I'm sure my wife would love it. And he waves over the other person. And again, mid-30s woman, long, like sleek black hair, tied back in a ponytail. She's got her sleeves rolled up. She's also wearing an apron, but this one's got like white puffs on her, whereas obviously she's a baker of some sort or a cook of some sort. And she walks over, and they're like in their mid-30s, but they both have like those creases on their face where it's like, they're not old, but they've seen hard labor in their life. And she walks over and she's a bit more pale in the face, and she leans down and she goes, "Oh, that's a beautiful flower. Thank you very much."
For you.
Oh, and she pops it in her hair, and you find she goes, "Oh, excuse me." Dust off the white. "I can assure you my husband is telling you that we've had a bit of looking a bit of trouble." I'm getting to it. Yes, we had some rowdy individuals come through here and gestures to some of the broken furniture and the kerfuffle in the streets. Yes, some, I don't know, mercenaries, hunters maybe, came through. Not really much for talking. Seemed to tear the city apart. Looks like they were looking for something or for someone. And
Was anybody hurt?
yes, worse than hurt.
I'm not sure what we can do for worse than hurt, but we have the capability of some healing amongst our group. If there's anything we can help.
I'm not too sure of the state of everyone right now. It's been about a day and a half since this incident, but no one's come to us yet with any major injuries. If you wanted to perhaps knock around tonight, or maybe better in the morning when it's a little bit more plausible to speak with people. We're a small town here, and I don't know what drove these people to come here. I don't know who heard what in the township, but people have died, and we're still recovering.
These people. Any insignia?
Make a history check.
She's alive. She's like
WWE.
Undertaker's just straight up.
Where's their pictures?
He thinks back and there's a not even attempting to hide. There's a visible moment of distress where it's the moment of trying to think back on something that was obviously quite traumatizing, and you find this woman, presumably his wife, or is his wife, sorry, puts a hand on his lower back and rubs his lower back, and she speaks up for him and goes, I know that we didn't hear anything. The second we heard a ruckus, we locked the doors inside the attachment of my husband's workshop. I'm Ludmilla, by the way. This is Hans, in case you need names and we need to speak more. But keep it to yourself.
Sorry.
She goes, we retreated into Hans's workshop and locked the doors, used some timber to reinforce the doors. We don't normally have incidents where the customers will come to the town and cause harm, but you have to be ready for these sort of things. It can be a lawless wasteland in sometimes. But there was noise and there was screams. I don't remember anything specific, but I'm sure if you go and speak to some of the other townsfolk, they might have better information. There are some closer than others.
Who's hurt and lived?
Who is that? Let's find out. Out of everyone that hurt and lived, that'd be Eridas. She's a younger woman, Goliath, tall, grey skin, black tattoos.
Goliath.
Yes.
Did she rock this shit?
Eridas, you find, she's built for it, but she's not a violent type.
Shame.
She's a laborer. She helps lift timber and things when some of the older folks need help that come through every now and again. And old man Whitaker, he's old but stubborn, and sometimes he needs help. So Eridas would go there with her brother Eridak. Eridak, unfortunately, did not make it. He attempted to fight and did not make it back.
Where is your Goliath?
She is. She's in her shack, and you find she points like behind them and a little bit off kilter down one of those like small paths. She does the hand motion. She goes, "You follow that way and break down left. There's a small shack there, not very big. Her and her brother used to stay there, but she'd be there.
Big woman in small shack. Seems befitting. All right.
She's modest. She doesn't. From what I remember, they wanted an easier life than where they came from. So,
Poorly timed joke. Don't.
but Eridas would have some knowledge. You could perhaps go and speak to some of the other folks around the town if you wished.
No one else?
No.
Well, thank you for all the information, and if there's anything we can help with, by all means, let us know. This is dark times.
Hans kind of perks himself back up a bit, trying to like, and you can see there's moments where it's like his eyes are doing that thing where they're about to water. He's trying really hard to keep it. And he's like, "Look, I intended tomorrow to go around the town and attempt to clean, get rid of this debris, and maybe try and do some reinforcements on some of the houses that got a bit more damaged. If any of you would like to help, probably more tomorrow when we've all rested a little bit more, it would be of great service. I'm sure any of the townsfolk would be happy to give you some small trinkets for gratitude, maybe some food for your travels if you're only stopping through. I'm sure we can work out something. This is what our town was based on."
Is there anywhere you can point out for us to stay for the night? Tavern, an inn?
Yes, and you find he points down the street, and it is a inn. He does explain. Unfortunately, it's not a tavern. Alcohol that we get in, we pay to import in for ourselves from the capital city or sometimes around the country. But the inn is just for travelers do.
That's all. We
Modest
need.
rooms that are comfortable.
That's all we need.
I just remind Piggy Blinds, no fucking fighting. No fucking fighting!
He didn't say no raves. Oh.
Sorry.
We don't need rules for that.
But yes, points out the tavern. And you can see it's the building that's slightly bigger than everything else. It's not really 2-story, it's kind of like 1.5, but definitely you can see it. He points it out and he goes, they're comfortable rooms. That was one of the few buildings we like to keep safe.
What time of day is it?
It's late now. You guys were going into like the evening of your travel.
Before we go, I'd just like to ask, have the dead been buried yet? Or
My little friend, we are a tight-knit town, and we like to do everything together, but none of us have really been brave enough to make the first move to ask yet, if you know what I mean.
I
If-
only offer as I'm a cleric of the god of death, and I'd be more than happy to help with the service.
He, like, without being condescendingly, he kneels down to be a bit more at your level and puts a hand on your shoulder, and there's a deep look of sincerity in his eyes. My friend, I think everyone would appreciate that very much. If I may make a recommendation, I would probably go see Idris. He's a toy maker. He's one of the only few workers in town that does something that's a little bit more unique to travelers. He does custom trinkets, and mainly puppets. Gives it to traveling kids. His whole family is gone. He's all that's left. He lost his son, his son-in-law, and his granddaughter.
I feel for him. He's been touched by the queen.
If I could pass on the recommendation to talk to anybody first, it would probably be Idris has been around here for a long time, and even in that, I don't think he's seen that much death in a while.
Again, I thank you for all the information, and please go rest. I feel like you need it.
Well, I am normally up early, woodworker, all that sort of stuff. If you'd like, I can pop by a decent hour in the morning at the inn and see where you currently feel you're at, and we can maybe do some good work around here.
I'd appreciate that. A
Excellent.
local face would make it a bit less shocking for a lot to knock on doors.
If I say with complete honesty, you are a very peculiar group.
We stand out.
No idea.
I was like, you stand out. Then he like points at Dog, who at this point is kind of just doing circles, and then looks at Zero, and then Dario, like, Zephyros, and Voyage, and he's like, stand out is the phrase I would use. But go rest. Tavern's that way. I will meet you all in the morning, and hopefully we can do some good things for some people that need it.
Good night.
But not to you.
Nods towards the wife.
And Yvonne, she does a little curtsy, and then they walk off silently into the evening. What would you guys like to do?
Are we walking to the tavern now? Are we,
Well, that's up to you.
Sorry,
Do you have anything you want to do like beforehand, or are you just walking straight there? What's the game plan?
I've got like an off-cuff comment type thing to ask Hugo. Like,
Go for it.
on the way there, Darian's just gonna come to Hugo and say, Hugo, you know the flower thing? Could you teach me one day? It's a useful trick.
That is something that has come from my family. I think it's more in my blood than a skill that can be taught.
Huh. Okay. I'll just buy a flower. It's okay.
You no need to buy, just ask.
Oh, yeah. Darian's like, huh. The light bulb.
Anything I've seen, I can create for you.
Anything.
Any plant.
Okay, see the clarification there. Very important, because I was like, bro, you about to make me rich. Okay, never mind. Continue.
I'm about to open the flower stand.
I was thinking diamonds, but that works too.
We are
Sleep.
on time constraints. I think it would be a good idea if you are willing. You seem to be interested in the toy maker. I can go follow up with the Goliath if you want.
I just see a town that has been touched by death, and it is part of my oath to my queen to do what I can to ease this burden.
Alright. Well, if you want to do that, was it the toy maker who was the lead for you?
Yes, Idris.
Alright. Well, if you are comfortable doing that, I'll see if I can go follow a lead with the Goliath. Try and see if they saw any insignia. I have...
Shall we perhaps wait till the morning before we
You can.
go knocking on
You're
doors?
just gonna go kick someone's door in.
Oh, I'm not kicking any doors in.
Okay.
Polite knock.
It's a
Just how late in the evening is it?
Dario checks his sundial.
Yeah,
be late.
doesn't work in that though. Oh, no.
Like people going to bed.
I think
torches
we.
going out.
I'm trying to remember what time it was last time, and I've blanked. Does anyone have anything written down from last time before I fully retcon the last 3 hours of the last episode?
The only thing that happened in that day was the Archfey.
The Thin Man.
Yeah.
So,
It shouldn't be too long.
No, I'd probably say, you know what, we'll probably roll into like about maybe 6:30. 6:30.
I'm cool with 6:30.
So it's not like lantern sign.
Anyone's keeping track at home? No, you're not.
Well, it's still early enough if we do split the party.
I think, well, considering by the sounds of it, we've been robbed into assistance tomorrow. That's going to take a bit of a chunk into our travel time, which I guess is fine. Obviously, these people need it. But if we can get a few inquiries out the way this
If
evening.
nothing else, it would be good to know what's passed through here and might be on our journey.
That is my concern. Well, vamos?
Just starts running.
It's just like you hear Steph like, what? And she grabs hold of the fucking skull. Just
Perhaps
pulls
someone
back on
who
it.
can heal should go with them if the Goliath was hurt. It seems that all of you are capable.
Yeah, I guess. How are you like the only one that can't heal?
I'm a cleric. Oh, bro. That's my whole shtick.
Yeah. It's okay. I got a herbalism kit. She'll be right.
Dario go. Dario can cast spells and shit.
You gotta be quiet on the road, mate. People's.
All right, Voyage, shall we go check it out?
I don't get a choice. Watch as
Babies.
adults stuck together.
Maybe we can get a little shoe toy for you.
Alrighty. So I'm assuming everyone but Zero is going back to the tavern, right?
No,
Oh, you're going with Zero.
Zeph and
They're
Zero
going to.
and Daria are all gonna go to
Doorknock.
Eridus.
Eros, okay. And you two guys were.
We're gonna go to the Twin Maker then.
Oh, we're booking it out right now.
If it's
Okay,
that
cool.
time of the day.
The entire party's
One person from the two groups roll a d20 for me, and we're just gonna see who we're gonna follow.
Who goes first?
You go.
11.
17.
Okay, I'll keep it.
Yeah.
I'll keep it. We're gonna go with you guys. So, our trouble trio over here.
I was gonna say
It's always you three!
Sorry, real quickly, who's gonna keep the horse with them and the cart?
Ooh, I think we should probably
as
leave.
your horse.
Yeah, actually, that's a good point. Yeah.
You're cool.
My horse, I'm taking it with me.
We should just leave the cart in the middle of the road. Like, someone's like,
We'll be back later, guys. It's fine.
Just put the parking
I feel
brake
like
on
we
your
should
horse.
just park it up at like.
throw down the
I was
kickstand.
just actually that's a good point. If you wish, you can take it to the hitching post at the tavern
Yeah,
and hitch it up.
exactly.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, they hitch it up and then.
We call it Eileen!
Are you not okay? Are you okay?
No.
I don't know what's happening right now. I have no idea. What's happening.
when you have your bikes and you do the little kick thing and the horse just is there. And then the guy's like, we call it Eileen.
Why did you fucking cry? I thought you were sorry, camera. God, oh my god, the horse just tells slow. Alright, listen up, you lot.
That fifth leg on horses don't be powerful.
Oh!
I'm going to take away your talking privileges for about 10 seconds.
Anyway, so we're going on a journey.
Demon.
That was for me. That wasn't the silence, you guys. That was for me.
Children.
Mother! Anyway,
Sorry.
so
Mom.
Dario, you quickly you go. Take the fucking horse with me. You quickly peel off to the inn.
Hold on. How far away is this chick first?
Eridus's shack is the opposite direction of the inn, but the town's tiny, man. It's like a 2-minute walk. You're all good.
Yeah, I ain't that lazy.
Dario quickly goes. Deuces peels off. You hitch the horse up, and you quickly meet back up with Zeph and Zero. You go down the path, and you see it is a modest little shack. I say the term shack, but I feel like it's more like a cabin, not a shack. And it's like log built, shingled roof. And for Goliath, you've seen a Goliath. You know how big they are. It looks like maybe it's a little bit cramped, but like kind of not. Maybe they live pretty minimal, but it's nice. There's some disrepute. There's a couple of scorch marks and some shatter. There's some glass hanging out one of the windows. The door looks like it's got some when I say notches, I'm talking like blade notches out of the door. But there is a lamp. There is a lantern on the side. There is light.
Alright.
Beautiful. Can you quickly turn the microphone just that bit towards you
And knock again.
and pull it forward a little bit more?
Do that one more time.
Wunderbar. Thank you. There is a... when a house is quiet and then when someone gets startled and you hear the rustling and then it goes quiet again, like that snap back to reality moment. Oh, there goes gravity. Sorry, couldn't help myself. There's that. You hear there's a rustling of bed sheets and then silence. And very faintly what do you want?
Looking for Eridus.
It is I. Can I help you? Through the door, not open the door.
Got a couple of questions about some mercenaries who came through your town.
Make a persuasion check.
Oh, fucking hell. Oh, natural 20!
Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh my fucking
Oh,
That excitement.
yeah!
Okay. There's a Zeph and Daria, you guys you can hear the stillness, where even it seems like even the insects went quiet. Ooh. And
Was
There's
this
a-
intimidation or persuasion?
it was persuasion.
Jesus fuck.
It's like that.
Remember
Contemplation
with
moment,
you.
I guess.
Yeah, contemplate, that's the word. Contemplation moment where that person's gone,
Is this really worth it?
you can hear
Yeah.
this person thinking on the other side, and then there's a and the door slowly opens up, and let me just get keep losing my notes. Tall and lean female Goliath, muscles cut, defined, grey skin with her hair is cut. Stop it.
Yeah, that's what I was just thinking. I was like, oh damn, Dario just knocks out her out the way. He's like, oh, hello.
You just see a swarm of each other and
Oh, Jesus Christ. You find she's got her head is shaved bar for a mohawk, which is tied back and into like mohawk gets pulled back and then it's looped into a little loop at the back. And she has it's just fabric tunic, no leathers, just trousers and a tunic. And you see where she's got wraps on her hands, in between her knuckles, on her wrist and stuff. And you can see where her hands are blistered and bloody, in through the wraps and stuff. The laborer, as Hans Ludmiller said. And she looks, and when I say looks down at all of you. Do you want to talk down here or talk?
He's like,
I'm surrounded by pivots.
Mommy.
Oh, wow.
I'm in the market for a new necklace.
Oh man. Oh fuck.
Okay.
Respectfully, alright.
Anyway, she looks down at you and goes, "Do you want to have the conversation out there or in here?"
In there.
Sure.
Please.
And she steps back and lets you guys walk inside. Entering, it's minimal. There's two cots, two singular beds, a small kitchenette, and a circular table with two chairs that are definitely more suited for Goliaths. It's simple. And as you all cross the threshold of the door, she shuts the door, and instantly she leans against it and just watches as you three stand across from her. So you heard about this incident, yes?
Yes, we did hear about it earlier on today. Just trying to figure out who. Heard that you came toe to toe with them and lived to tell the tale.
Barely. My brother not so lucky. Unfortunately.
What about husband? You know.
You're not my type, boy.
I was asking for her.
He's very charismatic.
Just as Daria palms it off to Zero, she's like,
Yeah, I was asking for Zero. Me interested in you. Don't flatter yourself. Anyway, Zero, the vibe. It's all yours.
Back home, my mother would break you in half.
Oh, I would like it.
Enemy starving.
Rob persuasion.
Oh, shit. What am I doing?
come on.
Oh, that's not very nice.
Oh, come on. But you got a good charisma.
Oh, yeah. That's like 12. Is that a 12?
Well, what's your charisma?
They are hard to read. Oh shit.
So you're at 16.
Turns out I do have the Riz.
He said it with such conviction.
I can't wait for him to just be like.
I can't wait for that to be short. You find after that, I might like it. She actually openly laughs. She's like, "Huh,
Yeah, good luck.
yeah, you're funny.
Ah, I know. Sorry.
Let me follow.
Continue. Story time. Tell us of your disaster.
Fuck. When
I love this game. Sorry.
this band of folks came to town, I attempted to go. But Eredak was always the one that liked to get into trouble where he could. You know, we live in a quiet town, so not a lot of fun happens. But as I'm sure you could see from the front of my home, unfortunately it came back to my front door. Eredak, when I opened the front door, he was stuck to it.
Oh.
And after all of it, through it all, I only heard two things. I heard someone say something about getting back to the city, and I heard two names. Let me know when you're ready and I'll let you know.
Yeah.
I heard Isha, ISH apostrophe A, and Alabane, ALABANE.
Neither of those ring a bell.
Just check one more.
That interaction where you're all good luck, all I imagined was you being Woody and me being Buzz Lightyear, and he's laughing and Buzz is just standing there and you're like, ah! Buzz is there.
Your turn.
Yeah.
Yeah, I tried. Yeah. Gonna have fun.
I'm just double checking to make sure there was nothing.
I got
that.
that laugh.
Don't worry, I'll make a scream.
Oh, fucking god damn it.
Jesus Christ! I'm trying to look for notes.
Even I cringed at that one. I was like, whoa. I could never. You can.
No, you could.
Yeah. Oh, fuck you. You fucking up.
No, immediately none of those two names ring a bell.
Okay.
Just set myself
No.
up.
Bell
No dice.
Close, but no
Cigar.
China.
China. No Cigar is a great song, by the way. I'll tell you later. But yes, heard something about getting back to the city, and two names, Isha and Alabane. And you find as she looks, when she starts reciting it, she visibly starts like playing with her hands a little bit. And for a Goliaths are big, right? They're like minimum height is like 7 feet when they reach adulthood. You've never seen a person of so much height and stature just take up so little room. And eventually she catches on that she's gone into her head a little bit. Yes, that's all I know. You could probably ask. It's gonna sound fucking stupid. You could talk to Old Man Whitaker. That geezer does not miss a fucking thing.
Your brother, Blood? Goliath as well?
Yes.
And he was pinned to your door.
Sword. Run through.
Huh. What? I'm not even gonna say it.
That's a big boy to get pinned to a door.
I know this probably seems quite odd, but we come from one of the roaming tribes. If you would like, you can make any one of you three can make a history check if you like.
That is 16.
With a 16, you've vaguely heard conversations regarding roaming like nomadic tribes, like druids and you're like some like barbarians where they kind of like live out in nature. They're normally very small pockets, like very small families, and that's why there's not a lot of chatter about them. They're quite minimal, but you've heard some chatter of it. And she, as she brings it up, she goes, "Look, when you're raised to fight and hunt and eventually just die, after moving around for so much, sometimes you just don't want that. So Eridak and myself, we left our tribe and we just walked until we found something that felt like home. And when we found Sindrefen, it was home here. It's quiet. It's what we liked. Sure, Eridak didn't mind sticking his nose into trouble every now and again, but boys. But
I have two. Don't worry. I know what you mean.
I feel so sorry for you. I had him, and it was hard.
Wait, are you talking about me?
No.
Oh, I thought you said two, me and him.
No, don't.
Oh.
Anyways,
Sorry,
did you see any of
stops
them?
talking.
Oh.
Anyway,
Did you see any of them?
I dared not to look when I heard it get bad.
Where's the old man?
Old Man Whitaker is back more towards the front of town. Go back up the main road. You actually would have passed it. That's why he likes being at the front of town. He gets to look at everyone and who walks through and sticks his head out. He's a nosy.
Alright. Well, I'm done. Thank you for your time. And
Thank you for your visit.
Sarah's just gonna wait outside in case either of these two have.
Do either of these two have anything they want to do?
I think Darius done enough at this point in time.
That's something he wants to.
Yes. Yes, you have.
Zeph is just going to just nod in thanks and just say sorry for your loss.
Me too. And she ushers you guys out. And you are met back onto the street. We will cut from there to the lads.
The original lads.
Hey.
So, you guys were
And
going
dog.
to...
And dog.
You're going to... And dog. All lads. You guys were going to Idris, the toy maker. So, where's Idris's house? Oh my dear lord, I'm losing. There we go. So Idris's residence is it's the largest building of the township. It's 2 stories, quite big, and you do notice when you guys approach that the bottom half has a sign that basically says general store or ye olde shoppy. Yeah, sorry. And then there's another sign on the top floor. You know, one of those ones where it's like the raw iron bar, the little wooden sign, and it just says Idris's toy shop. Classic wooden sign burned in, and it's hanging. And that shop is almost pitch black, excluding the very, very faint glow of a candle upstairs. There's a while, maybe 2 minutes. There's other silence.
Hello?
Have you guys roll perception checks for me?
Natural 20.
Oh, yes.
Math.
It's hard.
23.
Dang. What
Yeah, 23 as well.
party, boys? It's quiet. It's dead silent, like 2 minutes, and then you start hearing the faint sound of steps, very slowly, like not agile, slowly, and then the candlelight goes from nothingness to brightness as it fades from the top floor, and then appears floating down and coming through the glass to the front door, and there is a very short, small old man, long white wispy beard, little patchy mustache with bits of missing, bald on the head, glasses, and he's got also, not dissimilar to Hans, the gentleman in the street, has a small apron which is defunct of tools, but piecing together the sign and the fact that it's the general store and the toy shop. You figure out that's what it's there for. But you find he's hunched over and he walks very slow. There's a bit of a shake in his hands as he holds the candle. And he's like, "Oh, hello, boys. What can I do for you?"
Hello, sir. You would be Idris?
Idris, yes. Yes, Idris is I.
We are just passing through town, but on the way in we spoke to Hans, and
Oh, yes. He's a sweet boy.
he mentioned that you were recently lost a lot of your family.
Tears start welling up in the eyes, and maybe 2 seconds, and you see he just can't stop it, and he just starts crying. I lost both my boys and my granddaughter to those fools.
I am a cleric of death, and this is nothing too strange to me, but I'm here to pray to you, and will pray with you, and if you would allow me, help give service to the dead.
Make a persuasion check.
Well, 17
Yeah, like 17.
plus 0.
17 equals.
Sorry, -1.
Oh, no.
That's okay. All good. It's probably the only. There's a vague moment of maybe, I don't want to say relief. It's not relief, but it's like that acknowledgement of kindness, I guess, for lack of a better term. And he goes, oh, yes, that would be lovely. I know it probably sounds a little bit morbid, but I have them laying upstairs if you'd like to follow me up. Come.
Absolutely.
And you find he notices a dog who's patiently been sitting at the door. He puts his candle down. Oh, you're a bit scaly than what I've seen, but you look like a good boy. May I pet him, young master?
Oh, yes.
Oh, lovely. And dog, it's a weird thing. The dog's got that reactionary behavior, and very slowly saunters up to this like frail old man, and he's like, "Oh, good boy. Yeah, come." And he grabs his candle and begins to walk up. And as you guys cross over into the store is dark. There's no lights. Obviously, the town probably has not seen much service in the last day and a half, given what's happened. But he slowly but surely makes his way up the stairs, and you guys following politely behind. Doesn't feel like you're rushing. And you can see where the entire bottom of the house is the general store. And when you guys get up the stairs, there's obviously a very clear divide where there's one door that leads to a room which segments off the rest of the house. And then there's the small hallway which leads into two smaller rooms. I had to think about that for a second. And as we move up and we follow you up, you find he hobbles in and he goes to the one that's facing the back, so not facing the front of the street, basically the one that's away from the main road. And this is their bedroom, and not questioning how in the immediate moment, you find that there are two beds, one double and one smaller child-sized cot, both filled with white sheets over seemingly the bodies of his family members. And you find as he gets to the door, he waves his hands in, but he won't step through it. So he leads you guys in. You find he stays at the door, but he does speak over to you, Hugel, and he goes, I no longer pray or follow any order of that sort, but I think the sentiment would be nice, given how much was stolen from us. Not just my family, but the town as a whole. I would appreciate anything.
This kind of moment can be quite hard, but know that none of us are mortal, and this kind of thing, death is what brings us all together. Our Queen of Chorus, will come for everybody. It is the one thing that binds us all. We know that they are in the next world. This is not the end of life, just the end of this part of life. And grabs him by the hand and then lets go, walks in, and I'll cast Gentle Repose on all three bodies.
And Gentle Repose, I believe, allows the body to stay...
Yeah, it keeps it from rotting or anything.
Decomposing. 10 days. Okay, lovely. What's that look like? What's Gentle Repose look like for Hugel?
So Hugel's going to walk into the room, grab at his necklace, say a prayer, and then walk around and pull the blankets back and touch each of them on the head, and they'll all glow with that purpley blue magic for a moment before settling back down, and then any kind of remnants of decay is going to...
Working through and pulling the sheets back so you can physically touch the bodies, you first go to the men, and you pull back the sheet, and you don't pull it back enough to basically go below the clavicle. I feel like that would be probably the more respectful thing.
Just pulling down to be able to touch
yeah, exactly. And the faces are white with the lack of blood in their system. It's let me just double check. I have descriptions for everybody to make sure I'm not getting it wrong. The first son, sorry, you can tell which one is the son, because it's almost like looking at a younger Idris. Handsome, angular face, bit rugged, sun-kissed in the sense that you can see where the skin has seen obvious time out and working. Square jaw, bit of fuzz on the face, and just a a real tidy, like straight razor cut around the edge with a singular coif of hair, which is in the style for a lot of working individuals in Miros. It makes it a bit easier to take care of. And when you touch that purple energy, it flows over. And then when you obviously look to his side and you see the husband is very sleek, or if for lack of a better term, almost elvish looking, like where his features are just so angular and so smooth, like smooth skin. Hair's a little bit longer, probably, you know, like kind of like mine, like a little bit more wavy, unkempt. And just a softer face, the younger of the two. And again, that purple magic radiates, and there's a moment where it just picks the color up of the room, and there's some, like, Voyage, even for you just standing back and letting this happen, there's a calm and something goes over. But it's when you pull back the curtain of the granddaughter, the young girl, you audibly hear Idris breaks. Yes. And stumbles. Voyage, you're probably there. You know, as he begins to stumble, he visually can't take the sight of seeing his granddaughter.
Voyage is going to stay with him, and he's got a hand on his shoulder. However, out of empathy, Voyager started crying.
You just see the eyes of a tired man. And the hope when we have children of our own is that our children live long enough to bury us. But you see it in his eyes that this man has lived a full and happy life and instead now buries his 2 children and his granddaughter. Mm-hmm. And he's begun to weep and disconnect a little bit. His eyes never move away from his granddaughter, even when Hugh will softly touch her forehead and that orange glow passes over. And that feeling in the room settles again. And then you pull the sheet back over. And by this point, unless there's anything else you want to add to your service.
Just a prayer, and well, has copper coins on each of the eyes as he goes around as part of the spell as well. Kneels, prays for a moment, turns back towards Idris, takes him by the hand. They've been accepted by my queen. Is there anything you can tell us about the monsters that brought this untimely death to your village?
My boy, I'm too old. I'm too old to be looking at no fights. I'm too old to be...
I understand.
I'm too old to be burying my boy.
Just know that by you burying them, they've not had to deal with the pain of burying you.
I'll tell you, you're a chipper boy. I'll give you that. He puts his hand over your hand. I thank you for what you've done here.
If there's any more in the village you think we could help, otherwise we'll leave you to your night, and best of luck in your morning.
That Goliath boy, Eridak, he gave it a good shot, but he didn't make it. Maybe if you spoke to his sister. I don't know.
Some of our friends are with her now, but I'll make sure to pay his respects as well in my prayers.
I know those nomads, those Goliaths, they have their own rituals. But I'm sure the sentiment she'd appreciate.
My queen passes through all these rituals in some way or another. It is the one prophecy that we can't avoid.
Thank you. And he begins to turn to slowly walk down the stairs, seemingly not being able to bring himself to ask No roll necessary. I think he's finished for the night. But as you guys descend the stairs with him and go back to the front door and he opens it up, he looks, you still, moist on his face from crying. He goes, if you would like to come back in the morning, I can offer you some wares from the store. Perhaps just as a parting gift.
Much appreciated, sir. You get some rest.
You too. And he nods and the door shuts and you watch as the candle flutters away. And if you were of the drive to watch to safely see the candle reach to the top, you see it there in the top window and then like the faint glow as it goes and disappears into the back. And he is gone for the evening. So what would you guys like to do now?
Hugo, as he steps outside, just looks up into the night, says a small prayer, grabs at his necklace, just sort of muttering under his voice before looking over the voyage. Are you okay?
Yeah, I'm alright.
It gets easier dealing with those who have been touched by death. But the empathy is always welcome.
While standing there, Voyager's all like, big man, don't have feelings. But he reaches into his bag and he pulls out all the crow feathers that he'd picked up earlier and he offers them out to Hugel and he goes, I know we don't have the carcass, but I thought this to pay respects for the death of the symbol before.
Hugo, who has seemed quite fine inside, looks choked up now. At like a moment where someone has, gone beyond for his belief. Thank you. This means a lot. Do you know much of my god?
Not much at all, but I saw what you did with the roadkill, and clearly with this, so...
I greatly appreciate the gesture. Perhaps one day I can show you some of the teachings of the Queen. But
I'd
for
like
now,
that.
I think it's time for rest.
Oh yeah. Let's go find the 3 knuckleheads.
I'm sure we can hear them.
Faintly in the background, you hear baby elephant walk. Da, 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 da.
The armor.
Yeah, I was gonna say the clank of the armor.
By this point, I definitely say, comparatively to time, you three definitely would have made the tavern, much faster. So by the time Hugel, Voyage, and Dog make it, you three are probably well already inside and a bit comfortable at. The inn itself, again, it's not a tavern; it's just an inn. But there is obviously a reception, for lack of a better term. So you guys were able to hang out and wait for them to get in. So unless there was anything you were doing in that maybe 20-30 minute gap between where the two groups arrive, I'd probably say you guys were just holding tight.
I was planning on going to Whitaker straight after.
You want to go to Whitaker straight after? No, we can do that. We can do that.
I was
Absolutely.
Yeah, if you guys are down to come along. Yeah.
Excellent. So, Voyage and Hugel, you guys beeline for the inn, and our trio off to Old Man Whitaker's. Actually, you know what? No, that's okay. 2 different time frames wouldn't work. Okay. So you guys go back down the main road, down the cobblestone, and you can see where the town is. It was quiet beforehand. It's starting to really get quiet now. The lanterns are starting to dull down. People are, because by this point it's probably maybe not 7:30, 8 o'clock, maybe 7:30 at latest, and people are it's an early night. We're done. So when you get to the the house at the end of the road towards the entrance of town. It looks like an old man's house. There's a small, seemingly handmade, shoddy kind of patio porch thing. There's weird knickknacks hanging off strings and wind chimes, and there's a chair there and all that sort of stuff. And you look, and it's kind of intuitively, yeah, this is the old man's house. And there is a glow, again, a faint glow in the window where there's obviously still some light inside, but you guys are there. What would you like to do?
This time, Zero sort of, without touching Zeph, guides them up to the door.
Yeah. It's your turn to talk.
Hat comes down.
The look.
If you are going
Stealth
to make
into
it
the
in the
shadows.
sunken sect, you need to learn how to go forth and ask questions.
In my line of work, I don't speak.
You'll learn.
What?
Of course you get this kind of character.
You just like
them like that!
She just turns around and walks back down the stairs. She's like, no.
she's gone. Used to it just standing at the door.
That was too much for me.
Just backflips into the shadows.
Uh-oh.
Mag swap. But yeah, there's a yell, a firm yell.
Even Daria runs. He's like, nope.
We're here to speak to Old Man Whitaker.
So you hear like there's footsteps and a click, and open the door, and this is a gruff old geezer, random patches of hair spouting out, wearing like dungarees, like big overalls. He's got like slippers on and like a long sleeve, like kind of like shirt underneath. Who you calling old?
Just what I heard from the town.
You're new.
Precisely.
You're observant.
Don't get smart with me, fella. You good, G?
Yeah. Knee slapping.
Look, we heard down the grapevine that you witness quite a lot of things that happen in this town, and we wanted to know if you witnessed the devastating thing that happened a couple of days ago.
Oh, you talking about them fucking heathens that come in here and done ruin this nice town. And I'll tell you what, I got a good look at him, all right. Old boy Whitaker sees everything. There was a thin man wearing a large duster, almost like in the army. Scruffy blonde hair, raggedy, short. Face was real fucked up looking, like he'd been punched one too many times. He had a thing, like a musket, but not a musket. It kind of shot more than once, if you know what I mean. It's seeing Liam fucking go other side, made me laugh, sorry. It's like a flintlock pistol, but it shot more than once. Didn't have to do the powder thing. And Zero, you hear this. Can you make an intelligence check for him? Yeah, real peculiar, like a right round, rotated.
Oof, that's not great.
It's no Google situations.
Could I mayhaps barter if it's about guns that I could have?
What'd you roll?
Wait, does your...
What did you roll?
I rolled a 2, so that's total 14.
Fuck. Wait,
It's what?
Wait, do you just roll...
Just intelligence. So D20, add your intelligence modifier.
Yes, a 14.
Oh,
Oh, no, sorry, modifier. I apologise. Sorry, that's a 3. I
3.
apologise.
You're all good.
Sorry.
I was like, damn.
Sorry, I've played 2 other systems today. Forgive me.
Oh my lord, yeah.
Fuck.
What now? What's your barter?
If it's about guns, perhaps getting an advantage.
Yeah, I'll allow it.
A barter usually means someone, both parties get something, right?
Don't worry.
Oh, okay. Oh,
Don't worry.
yeah.
I'll fucking, I get what I give, and I give what I got.
We're getting TPK tonight.
Wait, what is...
Yeah.
Does
I've
your...
all got inspirations still from the week.
Yeah, I was just about to say, can I use the inspiration to help
Yes.
with that? Because I
Yes.
haven't used that yet.
You can reuse your inspiration.
Thank you.
That way I don't have to fucking murder you.
Because you haven't learned from your last deal.
Okay, that's a lot better. That's a 13. It's not great, but it's better than a 3.
the concept of it fires more rounds than a flintlock pistol, but it had a rotating barrel. It actually sounds like a pepper box, which is a bit less better than yours. But it's a bit peculiar for you because only Singbeer should have access to that at the moment.
Yeah.
Because as far as you're aware, no one else has been trying to do better than a flintlock pistol or a
Yeah.
pepper box. And we continue back to the rantings and ravings of a madman.
Zero, notably, now is standing quite close behind Zeph, just like sort of intently, not interrupting, but intently listening to this.
Like turning an ear, like
Yeah.
really coming in. And you find in the midst of this ranting raving, oh yeah, so it's all scarred on one side, but it don't have one of those fake eyes, glass eye. That or that eye just got really fucked up. But yeah, I seen him. Why, you gonna go kill him?
Maybe. Did you see any sort of like sigils from where they might have come from?
I ain't done this. No, I ain't seen no death sigils. No logos or symbols of anything. He looked like he just came in here being a fucking lunatic.
With the town, is there only one way in, one way out, or is there several?
Realistically, yeah. Like you can only get in through like you can go out the tail end of the road and just go into more woodlands, but the actual gate, I guess, is the way you guys came in.
Did they come from the entrance of the village?
Oh, sorry, I have fully had a brain fight. Yeah, well, that's coming through the woods is a bit tricky, but you gotta come to the front if you wanna get in here.
Okay, so not ballsy enough to go through the forest. Did they go back out through the entrance as well, or did they scatter off?
Oh, I'd sure as hope so. I started hurting the banging and the fighting, and I went down inside.
Okay. Did you see how many there were?
No, I don't really only seen that tall, not pretty boy. But I heard shouting and yelling, so I definitely know there were more than one. But I don't think that boy Eridak, the Goliath boy, that motherfucker done did it. He like points his walking stick at you. That big coat wearing son of a bitch, he done did it. I fucking love this voice.
I'm obsessed.
Ask me if any of them died. The lunatics.
Did you see if any of the lunatics, if you will, perished in their attempt to savage this town?
Oh no, they done came in quick and they done got out quicker.
Okay.
They came in, started bashing on doors, kicking things, broken windows. They come in looking hot. They wanted something and they didn't find it and they got out there real quick.
Would you have any idea as to what they might have been looking for? Because clearly, for a small village, that is, there wouldn't be a lot of riches here.
We get by. But I see what you mean. As far as what they were looking for, or who they looking for, I don't know. All I heard this asshole say is that they needed to get in, look, and clear the town, and don't get out.
Okay.
But I think, in my opinion that is humble, that they realize that we ain't got much here. So they got out kind of fast. But they came back in.
It's not important. It was another. It was nothing.
Okay.
You're like already.
Zeph will look at both Daria and Zara and just see if they wanted to say anything either, if they think we're done.
No, I'm okay. Yeah, it's fine. It was just another
You
fun.
look like you're itching.
No, it's okay.
Are you sure?
Dario holds his tongue this time. He's gonna,
He's got
bites his tongue and
He's learning.
yeah. Alright.
well done.
You can ask the questions from now on, though.
I think we have everything that we need, so thank you for your time.
I'm gonna go lay on back down now.
Have a good night.
Turns around.
Oh, I apologize. Sorry. As he goes to shut the door,
Sure.
Zero is going to jam a hand in and catch it just before it shuts,
Sure.
and then I mean, okay, go on.
he realizes that the door's not shut. He's like, God damn it. What? I'm gonna get up. Hans! And he opens the door and it's just you. Oh, you real pretty.
What? And she'll just quickly pull the White Widow over her shoulder and just sort of twist it so it's not sort of, she's not holding it in any sort of threatening position. Did it look anything like this, the weapon that you saw?
No, that big. Too big. But whatever that little thing is, and he points to the one of your pieces on your hip. Same but different.
How?
Yours is small and thin. This one kind of clunky. Big barrel with turn when to shoot.
Okay. Did it look? This is probably going to be a question with no answer, but did you catch a glimpse of the quality of it?
That thing went bang loud. I shut the door. No.
Answered my own question. No worries. That is all. And then Zero's gonna slam the door for him.
You have to reach in and pull it shut.
I do.
Hold on. Thank you. No. So you guys have pulled some info, got something to work with. Is there any more for your game plan?
You did well. Quick, concise questions.
Thank you.
They'll do you well in the future. Sometimes you can use it to haze people. Just come at them, ask them 21 questions in a row. Don't stop. Yes or no answers. You'll be surprised what people spill. Catch them in the heat of the moment. Keep working on it. And she'll give her a little, almost like a motherly smile, a proud motherly smile, and then begins to walk back to the inn.
Alrighty. And with that, everyone reconvenes at the inn. Crossing in, it is, again, it's not like Idris's toy shop and general store where it's 2 stories, but it is quite large. I obviously want to try and make the rooms modest. Sindrafen is a town where people stop in to travel, so they try to make it hospitable for those that are temporarily staying there. You guys are met in reception. Younger dwarven girl. She's got like, what is it? Strawberry blonde, where it's like it's not red, but it's kind of blonde, but it's not. Yeah, strawberry blonde.
You mean this?
Yeah, actually, yeah, kind of, yeah. Maybe with like a couple of like reddy highlights, like kind of going into the red spectrum, but not. Plump round face, like kind of red in the cheeks, but like teenager, like maybe going to 17, 18. And you find she turns around and as you all enter, I can say freely if you guys want to interact before entering, you guys all do meet in the street. You're good? You okay? I was gonna say let it out if you want to let it out now. There you go.
Go. Sorry, that
He took a big old gulp earlier.
went the wrong way. Yeah, okay, I'm good, I think.
There we go.
Sorry.
You're all good. We can say if you guys wanted to have an interaction in the street before going in, you're more than welcome to. So still feel free to interject
I was gonna say, everyone just starts fighting.
Zero's actually gonna come out.
Everyone's thinking because you're like, well, fuck this shit.
I'm gonna make a hole to my babies.
I was like, oh, smell that blood.
What's that smell? Oh, the blood. Anyway, do we want to have an interaction as you guys all link up on the road, or?
Hello.
What did you find?
Stuff.
Lots?
Yeah, what she said.
Well, that's better than us.
What did you find?
Nothing that is of any use to locating the individuals that did this, but we do have some credit with the local toy maker for the morning.
Oh,
If anyone needs a puppet,
how'd you manage that?
just doing some prayers.
Are they called ventriloquists? Can you do that?
No, when marionettes. No, that's a
He asked
puppet.
about puppets, and I was like, "Yo, I could have like,
We can get you a puppet.
yeah, I could have."
That really got you up.
Yeah, it did, didn't it?
Sorry.
I like to think
I
of
was
it as
just about to
ventriloquist.
say something, and he's
Yeah,
just
no,
all like,
they're the ones that sit there.
ventriloquist!
That's a puppet.
On break, I'll tell you the difference.
That's puppet, right? The guy.
Different kind of puppets, but
All right.
yeah,
Anyway,
they're puppets.
sorry. I'm gonna shut the fuck up. I apologize.
Cut that.
Now!
Sorry.
I'll cut that.
Oh god.
I gotta.
Yeah, no, we've got a little bit of credit with the local shopkeep, I guess, but mine was more of a religious visit. He did mention that Eridak, the Goliath,
The Goliath boy.
yes, that he also
Mm.
died.
Yes.
Seems
Stabbed.
that
Pin
these-
the door, like pincushion.
that's one way to go.
Did anyone else die? Or just him?
That was all that was mentioned. Other than the
Yeah, your record is the toy maker's family, so his son-in-law, and their granddaughter,
Okay.
his granddaughter, and the Goliath boy. So far, that seems to be the only track record that everyone has.
We did ask Idaros if there had been any other deaths, and the only one he mentioned was Eridak.
Okay. I'm just thinking.
Can I ask a couple of quick
Sure. Go for it.
questions?
No.
Because you mentioned the size of the shack, how big was the door on the shack?
Big enough to let her walk through freely. So it's like
Just how many feet, maybe roughly? Is it
about 8.
Eight-
Like, you know what I mean?
8
Like
foot opening door?
because the Goliaths are about 7 feet, like minimal generally, and they made it so that it's not too ridiculous, but it's just enough they only have to duck a little bit.
Okay, so 8 foot door, yeah.
Yep.
And given that we go with the Goliath boy was around 7 foot,
Mhm.
it looked like where the indents were that the Goliath was stabbed, presumably right where the chest would have been.
You know what? Make me. This is gonna be a medicine check to try and piece together mathematics, height, where this kid
Okay.
got
This is
run
like
through.
bullet
Alright.
trajectory type stuff.
Yeah, we've got the lasers out and everything, proving the
Roll a
curvature of the
forensics
Earth.
check.
That's a 15.
With a 15, it's like you kind of flash back to your mind past a little bit. And when Eridas stepped through the door, where you guys were standing, you're kind of looking about like her solar, like your eyes kind of meet about like at her like chest solar plex area.
Yeah.
The stab wounds were kind of like about there. So if you're standing up, like you're about here. So presumably this person has gone in with enough to know that if I aim about here, hard shot. So what you get with the 15 is this person was smart enough to know if I want to put down the big guy, I've got to do it quickly and properly.
From a 15, or if I can make an investigation check. Did the indent look like it was coming from upwards or straight on?
A little bit. Yeah, a little bit. It's got a so the thing with blades going into wood and cutting is they create the groove from whatever direction they're yanked out.
Yeah.
And there's obviously the jagged bit where the tip of the blade has gone in.
Yeah.
And then like a slash down, and there was a slight tail to that cut for sure.
That's all I need to know. Thank you.
No, you're all good.
Was the Goliath the only dude that fought? Like, actually fought, or... I'm just trying to think.
The sister did as well.
Okay.
She's the only one that survived.
This sister made an attempt,
Yeah.
and then Eridak pushed her back inside.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And he went for it. Now, granted, I actually don't think you two would know that because Idris didn't know that either. They found. Oh wait, no, you were there. I got the group's mixed up. Sorry, I lied. Yes, sorry, that's on me. I've got 100 things going at once.
Yeah.
Yes, Eridak so far seems to be the only one who actually went out and made an attempt to fight.
So the other ones were just like killed in their house, right?
The collateral, I guess. Yeah.
So no one else. Did we find out which direction that these bandits left town?
There's one way in and one way out. So
we don't know which way they left, where they went after they left.
no.
Seems like we'll be doing some tracking.
They'll probably be going back to the city. The Goliath woman said that she heard them mention something and a couple of names, and I'm going to follow up when we get back home. Well,
So there's a chance that we could cross them.
hopefully.
eventually.
I've got my fingers and toes crossed.
Well,
We wouldn't even know.
I'm not sure we want to after the havoc that they wreaked here.
Respectfully, they're not fighting folk.
Could be fun.
Well, I'm not a fighting folk either, so I'll leave that up to you.
I reckon we could.
That's very easy. Hey, you teach me the flower, I teach you the sword thing.
I'll take you up on that.
I'll teach you how to use that flower shovel.
Probably time to call it a night. What do you reckon?
I'd say so.
I need to meditate.
You meditate.
Oh, I don't.
I don't sleep. I literally meditate.
Skin of a doubt bow.
The worst part is that was the actual mechanical answer.
Yeah, like.
And then there was Bailey's answer.
I'm never going to be able to think of meditation the same way.
You're so welcome.
That's not what I do when I meditate, alright?
You know, there's a different wrist action for it.
Oh my god. Anyway.
I'm so sorry. Sorry, Dad.
Stop it. So at this point, we've all linked up and everyone continues into the inn, I'm assuming. Horse and cart's still there, thankfully. All is well. And again, it's that, young dwarvish girl, strawberry blonde hair, just wearing blouse and a dress, rosy cheeks, and you guys walk in.
She's not dwarvish, is she?
She is dwarf, yeah.
Does she have a beard?
No, believe it or not, she doesn't.
Disappointing.
Mate, new age, mate. Dwarven girls don't need the beards anymore.
I thought it
Rings of power?
I thought that was like a thing that they had.
It is a D&D thing, but for some reason, I just feel so wrong saying that a young girl's got facial hair. I don't
Well,
like.
she
I feel
is like 17, 18, so it's probably not fully grown yet. and she
Peach
shaves
fuzz,
it.
man.
Oh my
Peach
God.
fuzz.
peach fuzz. That's what it is.
There
Peach
you
fuzz.
go.
I was like, wait, isn't that a thing? It's like, but it's like,
She will grow a beautiful, luscious beard when
Big deal. Everything.
time calls for it.
there we go. We love that positive reinforcement. But as you guys enter, she pipes up, bright blue eyes, and looks over. Oh, you need to stay tonight, yes? Wonderful. I did notice that there was a horse and cart kind of stitched out the front, so I thought people were going to come back, and I'm glad you did because I don't know what to do with that horse. Anyway, how many rooms do we need?
How many beds per room?
2.
2?
We're a traveling town. We don't. If people want to sleep in one bed, they just
And how many rooms?
6.
6.
3 rooms.
So you volunteer to share. Excellent. I'll take a room for myself.
Wonderful. Let's get
I mean, I meditate.
5 silver pieces.
I can't meditate with other
Correct.
people around.
What about a gold piece?
A
A gold piece? You could buy this fucking
What is it? It's a 10 to 10 ratio. I asked this question like last time, I'm pretty sure.
Yes.
So 10 silver pieces is 1 gold piece.
Yeah.
So you basically just paid double.
Yeah.
For any particular reason or just because?
Because I only have 2 silver pieces and I have more gold. So.
I'm gonna fuck this economy up.
She's just gonna slide a gold piece and just for whatever trouble you had a few days ago as well.
I appreciate that. Thank you very much.
That's
That
for the
was-
horse too.
Oh, horses we don't charge for. You know, we're a small town. You're not gonna nice. You're not gonna be
Expect
able.
your gold pieces to be gone by morning.
I don't even think I have any, to be honest.
Should have a couple.
Well, not anymore, apparently.
The law has been set. A new hand touches the beacon. But it is 5 silver pieces per room.
Oh, there you go.
So depending on who bunks with who, the cost can be split, or whoever wants to do what. You've already got your own, so you're golden. So 0, you basically put your money down and just politely yet firmly fuck off.
Here's a question. If I was to meditate in the foyer,
The reception area.
it'd still count, right? I don't technically need a room. I could just sit.
Yes, but if you don't sleep comfortably, you can actually start suffering exhaustion. So you have to set up a way to do that.
I literally just have to sit. I
you
just
would-
have to sit.
If you don't need a bed, you can sit in the corner of our room. Boys can bunk together.
Oh, well, while I meditate in the corner? Yeah, no.
Body meditate in the closet.
I'm sorry, but no.
I don't like to be involved. I like to watch.
It's called voyeurism.
I was trying to get out of the damn stuff. Jeez. Anyway. I get.
Well, it's up to you.
I
and
feel
I'll hand
weird
over the
now.
5
You're
silver.
so welcome.
I can't be like, I'm gonna meditate because all I think of is that
Okay.
action. I'm
So 3 rooms,
traumatized.
1 for you. What are you doing, Zeph? What are you gonna do? You got your own?
I've technically paid for an entire room. So.
Okay.
Dario sleeps in the car.
You want to sleep in the car? I mean,
I think he's in the car for a moment.
I heard the car. But then my brain's like, nah, there's a T there.
And I was
too.
like, oh, passive aggressive.
If you want to do that, you can, but you're going to be rolling con saves to make sure you sleep comfortably.
Hang on, I need to figure out how this meditation shit works.
Meditation is you get a long rest at 4 hours, but mechanically you still have to be comfortable. You need to fucking be in a bed, on a couch. In a car, I'd probably allow it, but you'd be making con saves because you're in the fucking cold and it's about to rain.
I feel like, theoretically, if you just kind of kept meditating wherever the fuck, I feel like long term that would probably have some effects because, like, I feel like realistically you'd need to rest, like, properly in, like, a...
I don't even know what it's under, to be honest with you.
That's features and traits.
Really?
Oh God! I just heard a lot of noise and then
I definitely have that.
You would. You're in.
It has a mind of its own. Dog's upset.
look. Regardless,
Trans, you don't need to sleep, and magic can't put you to sleep. You can finish a long rest of 4 hours.
yeah.
If those hours are spent in a trance-like meditation in which you remain conscious.
Yeah, you're still conscious. It basically means you can't get like fucked up for sleep.
Alright, it's all good, fine.
So basically, it's like you could just comfortably set yourself up in the room and like exactly.
Sorry, it just does that.
Anyway,
whole
Shut
night.
the fuck up.
It's just
Shut the fuck up! And he starts speaking like proper halfling, like you're like, hey,
No, it's just,
anyway, because it's fucking taking forever to sort the fucking bedding out. I'm so sorry for everyone how much I
One
can't.
last though.
Yes.
Zephyr's gonna go up to Dog. You gonna sleep with me tonight? Have your own bed?
Fucking his spiked tail starts carving up the floorboard.
Fucking hell.
Please, I'm more than happy for whatever this is to come inside, but please stop making him sandpaper my floor.
If he drills acid, you gotta pay the bond. It's a problem.
Yeah.
And he like weaves between your legs, just waiting for you to at some point let him into the room to sleep.
Yeah.
But everyone is able to get into their rooms and begin to wind down. Is there anything anyone's thinking about before sleep and meditation and resting takes everybody? specifically?
If no one else, that'll be a death state.
What are you gonna say? What are you gonna say?
Speak!
More so just like quiet contemplation. Because witnessing and seeing the deceased couple and their child just has immediately just taken Voyage back to, fuck, my family are on another continent. Fuck. I could come back to that.
Existential dread.
Anybody else?
Hugo just prays, especially considering the state of the town, particularly long prayer that night, asking for any guidance or thoughts to come in his dreams maybe towards any actions that could be played out in the town.
Yeah, so like properly be like, what
Just
can
a
I
long
do?
prayer, like
Yeah,
beseeches the queen.
properly reaching out for sure. Anybody else? Anything going through, or is it quite a?
I'm trying to make sense of the whole attack situation. Like
What?
the whole, like why the town got attacked. It doesn't make any sense. Like
Just
at all.
Trying to like process that, like
even me thinking it, I'm like,
It is strange.
what possibility? Because
like what were they doing?
Yeah,
what
well,
are they here for?
they went to Old Love's house and he got killed at. It was her
I have
house, right?
theories.
Yeah, it was at the siblings' house. Yeah,
Yeah,
and then
so
obviously
They showed
the
up
shop.
there, so they were looking. Well, I don't know if they were looking for something there, but they went there.
Mm.
I don't know. Darius is doing this thing. He's actually meditating. Okay, thank you.
This for Dario. I feel like that's that moment where it's like that's the war brain. The
Yeah.
war brain's coming in now.
Let's go.
So now it's like, oh, fuck, I can't. I'm not a kid anymore. Like this is kind of what I signed up to do as a job.
Yeah.
So like, this is unreal.
Yeah.
What about?
Zeph's brain kind of splits in two. They're thinking about like being sympathetic towards the people that died and like their families and everything like that, but also being in the art of not giving a fuck because they have no ties to these people whatsoever. A part of them doesn't want to help at all, and then that slight other part of them is just like, well, they don't have anyone else to help them, so they're just gonna let whatever happens happen, and if they come across these people, they're not gonna be happy by seeing that person's face from what has been described. But
Sure.
yeah, they're just kind of having a little bit of a fight with themselves.
Internal dilemma.
Yeah.
Walking the line between acknowledging people's pain, but then wanting to disregard that outside stimuli is it's tricky. It's a tricky thing, and I would probably say you stir quite a bit before you finally get to sleep in that weird dilemma, thinking about this town getting demolished for no apparent reason other than these people had a job to do and did it the wrong way. Your mind flashes back to home.
Yeah.
Mum and dad, the kids. It's not good. It's not a good feeling. And that's what about Zero.
Zero will sort of dress down till she's comfortable and sort of sit on the side of her bed, and she's got her elbows on her knees and she's rubbing. It's a sending stone that she has, right?
It is ascending stone.
She's kind of rubbing that in between her two fingers, but her thought process maybe once upon a time used to be like Zeph's, but it is no longer. She is the latter, the no sentimental attachment to what's happened. It's a shit thing, yeah, but life goes on, it happens to everyone. Her thought process is probably similar to Darius, where it's like, why? Why though? What have they got? What have they got that could be of such importance? What have they got that could elicit such a reaction from people that seem to be from no large faculty or organisation, certainly not large enough to have their own insignia, nor proud enough to wear it. And she's kind of going through the drums and the waves, and she's thinking of the person that Old Man Whitaker described, and she's trying to rack her brain. Has she seen anyone like that before? glass-eyed, real ugly-looking motherfucker. You know, just a real piece of work. And she's trying to see, like, have I ever heard of anyone like that? Have I ever seen anyone like that? She's trying to really paint a picture inside of her brain.
Make me a history check. And we'll just see.
It's alright, my history's actually pretty decent.
I saw that tap back. I was mad.
You didn't see it.
That is...
I'm
it's
hell
12.
pissed.
It's still only 12.
Only 12?
Yeah.
The descriptor of a tall, thin individual wearing a duster, it could be 1 in a million. It could be 1 in a million people in Hunnenfels. It could have been someone from one of the other towns. Shit, it could have even been someone from Pannenfels, the sister city, which is up north. The thread is big, but you are able to draw the connection where it's like, they've probably gone back to Hunnenfels. It is the closest.
Yeah.
It makes more sense. But with the description, you know you've got people you can ask.
Yeah. After she's kind of like, and I dare say that the sending stone's probably also worn in the center. From
There's like a bit of a
Yeah.
mark, yeah.
And she's thinking about how she's not seen her daughter's rune come up on that sending stone for a really long time now. It's always been her youngest.
Well, sending stones are pairs only. So it's a separate stone.
Oh, well
Yeah.
then it'd probably be a daughter's stone in her hand and thinking about how, like, it's not been used for quite some time now. And then she puts it back in the pouch and it clangs along another 2 and one that obviously is never going to be used again. And she'll sort of let the same thing that she does every time before she meditates. It's like she takes all of her thoughts into a big ball and drops them into a mental abyss, never to be plucked back up again. But this time, instead of it going to that normal, like, black white noise silence, it's almost kind of like there's this slightly jagged frequency that's sitting there, like something sort of sitting in the back of her mind that wasn't there before. And it annoys her at first, and then she's able to kind of tune it out, and then she goes into a meditative state.
Lovely. That ever so faint high pitched ringing just becomes inaudible as you've just learned to shut your mind off, and you go into a trance.
Isn't that just tinnitus?
I mean, technically, if you say it how it's spelled, that's right.
That's what I got taught how to say with my high school teacher.
Oh, we call it tinnitus at work. I guess it's a difference between, like, American
Yeah, okay.
and
well.
yeah.
I got a bad case of the tinnitus.
I'm not wrong though.
No, you're not.
Not
you're
technically, no.
No, you're not.
Voyage. As you lay your head down for the evening, the aches of the last couple of days, finally, you're like, oh, hell yeah, this is about to go away. It's great. In the beginning, it's just like, there's a burning in your head. It's not pain, but it's in alert, and you know what the feeling is. Goddamn, you're fucking like, it was like, and a voice pierces your mind. And it's like it's this weird effect where the echo happens before the actual voice does. And it's like, hello, son. Just checking in. How are you? Are you safe? Your sister is asking me like crazy to check in. So, checking in. Love you.
Just to make sure that I'm getting how this works properly, it's just a simple message that can be responded to.
Yes, it is. You can respond to this message. Let me just make. I've got it in front of me. I'm just pulling it up properly because I opened it and then I realized I didn't open it. Let's find out, baby. I swear I'm professional. Let's go. No, it's not. No, it's not messages. Sending.
Mhm.
Where is it? I have it here. I know I do. Yeah. Yep. You send a short message of 25 words or less to a creature to which you are familiar, obviously. The creature hears the message in its mind, recognizes you as the sender if it knows you, and can answer in a like manner immediately. The spell enables creatures with an intelligence score of at least 1 to understand the meaning of your message. So, yeah. And you can send it across any distance, even to other planes of existence, but if the target is on a different plane than you, there is a 5% chance that it does not arrive.
Okay.
But you know who this is.
Yeah.
This has happened before on many occasions.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I wasn't ready.
He wasn't ready.
Hi, Dad. That counts as a word.
Someone to keep count, thank you.
Everything's fine. Have found a safe place to rest and a fun group of people to travel with.
Bro doesn't have enough fingers.
Love ya.
How the fuck? Oh, you know what? I'm not even gonna ask. I stop asking questions now. That was really well done.
Counting.
Yeah.
Why you were but if you were do trick?
Yeah, fair enough.
There is it's one of those things where it's like it's like when, for lack of a better term, it's like when you speak to Siri and she stays active for a little bit to like hear what you say. The burning sensation comes through, you get the message, and then it dissipates when you send yours back. And then you get another one.
Oh, of course.
Oh,
Wait, are they instant messaging?
it's basically instant messaging, yeah. For lack of a better term.
Brain DMs.
Yeah, literally.
Bro, that'd be insane.
But
Change
the burning,
game.
the burning feeling
Good
comes
luck
back
not
in.
replying to this one. Sorry.
The brain, that burning feeling in the stem of like your brain comes back. Oh, that's good. I don't know what the weather's like there, but I'm sure you're enjoying it. Either way, tried asking your father for a message, didn't work.
The count begins again.
That
No. The count begins again. Fuck.
Fuck. Wait, no.
Stop! Wait, no!
When a syllable drags out too long, it starts taking up the characters. But yes.
Journey would love the weather. It's all rain and mud puddles. As long as you guys are safe.
I'm just saying. I love you, Zoya.
Tell Dad I said hi.
Wonderful. And it leaves again. A small moment later, one more comes through.
Love to see it.
Dun, 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 dun.
It's like the Twitter notification.
Yeah.
He's just. Oh.
You know your father. Not much of a word, man. Maybe when you're home, we can organize to take Journey over there. Love you, talk soon.
You didn't hear the love you part.
Another one. Sorry about that. Love you so much.
Now I have to make up
Like
words.
to just go scene.
Savage.
I love you all. I miss all the green.
And you feel it leave.
Mm-hmm.
And there's not a follow-up.
Mm-hmm.
So you are able to lay and rest.
It's
And-
like the weight of the world has just melted off his shoulders. He doesn't have to worry anymore. They're safe.
You sink into that bed
Oh, yeah.
and are finally able to relax as you all get a long rest. And that's where we're going to take our break.
God.
So we are going to take a break. Smoke 'em if you got 'em, and we'll be back in just a few moments. And welcome back. So, everyone's had a long rest. We're all feeling good. And that is, the morning's new. And you guys are free to do what you need. Obviously, Daria and Zero wake up first, obviously, as we've set up. But is there anything immediately that you two would do before your compatriots awoke?
I was kind of thinking I wanted to go talk to the sister, but not in that way. Like it. We didn't really ask her. We didn't really press her too hard. Wait, we're not in the same room, are we?
No.
I'm not talking.
We didn't even know where you were.
Yeah.
If you do end up wanting to have a conversation, Zero does get up as soon as she wakes up, and you probably would notice that she's actually left the inn.
Oh, you're gold.
Because are you in the cart?
Oh, that did.
I don't think we ever really specified, but you did have the option to basically like just chill out in the room across from the lads.
I guess. I think I'm just gonna stay in the room and
Yep.
still think about stuff. I'll just think about some questions for myself.
Yeah, for sure.
That I'll ask you guys.
You know, like prop yourself in the corner and you just kind of go into a state.
I don't have my armor on, so I'm pretty quiet.
Yeah. So yeah,
You do you, and I'm gonna think some things through because some of that shit didn't make sense.
Okay. Well, you would be up a fair while before everyone else, I dare say, unless anyone else considers their character an early riser. We can run that for you if you'd like.
Just quick, so I'm not like taking up too much of the table time. Like maybe as like a quick run, she was going to, because it kind of, for her, it kind of seems like the day ahead's going to be spent helping out the town, I guess.
Investigating.
Yeah, and so she probably is going to spend that. I mean, you'd probably, if Daria would be interested, you'd probably hear her like up and walking down the hall, like to leave.
I can be like, what's going on?
But she did want to have just a quick, brief look at some of those buildings that were sort of not caved in, but like
damaged,
run through, just to see if anything like actually like was taken, if they did actually find anything, or if anything like notably might be missing, because it's been racking her brain all night before she went into meditation. Why, like, what they could actually hope to find here, especially if they've come from the city. Like, what would they hope to find here that they couldn't find better of, more of, or just simply find that they couldn't find here in the city itself?
Okay, for sure.
Daria does not notice that you are walking away. He rolled a perception check and didn't notice it, so he's
silent,
just chilling. Yeah.
Silent.
He heard footsteps, but he doesn't click to the fact that it could be you. So
Yeah.
Fair enough.
You on your own, girl.
Fair enough.
So we can do that for sure. So you, early into the morning, the rain passed over through the night, so the town is wet. There's a bit of a sheen where the light that comes through the clouds reflects off the wet surfaces, and you find no one else is really awake. You're not really hearing the town stirring. You get the sense that people are resting physically and resting emotionally are two very different things, and that seems to be what's happening. But for lack of a better term, the town is your oyster at this point. Wherever you wish to look for, you can. I guess looking at the ransacked, like looking at buildings that were damaged and ransacked, make a investigation check for me as you begin perusing.
She probably would notably kind of pay closer attention to maybe the buildings that are a bit further in, because as someone who's, run through places herself, she notices that people start to get more desperate and thorough the more they realize they're not finding what they're looking for. So she'd probably pay a bit more closer attention to the ones that are a bit further into the town as opposed to the ones that are a bit closer to the entrance.
Sure.
You have a look. And is that an investigation?
Investigation.
Okay, I do have advantage on that, so I'll just see if I can do better. 2 14s. What a joke. That is 19.
19, okay. So with 19, you you start with, you go, okay, what's the best way I'm going to do? You prop yourself in the middle of the street and you just spin on the spot and observe.
Yeah.
You observe the chain of destruction, basically. And as you look, you notice where there's soot marks and there's like slug holes from where obviously this weird flintlock gun had done damage, and you see where windows are shattered, and you start realizing where the damage towards the beginning of the town was a bit more, it's a bit haphazard, like sporadic. You can see where they were just random pot shots. They're like taking off bits of like roof and then like steep like points on top of houses. You realize whoever this chap was that was doing this was just kind of inciting. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Just shoot.
Yeah, exactly. Just inciting like fear. But you do realize that when you get to like the main walk of town, you start realizing where you can see where there's obvious marks of attack and damage on the front doors and stuff, where there's some slash marks and there's some, you know, splints out of the wooden doors, and you notice where like the windows are shattered. But as you perceive it and you're looking at it from your standpoint, where it's like, how would I do this? How would I achieve the result of this task if they're doing what I think they're doing? And what you piece together with a 16, I believe it was, 19, is a lot of them it seems they were forcibly trying to enter the doors and made small attempts, didn't get in. And it seems they just shattered windows to get their heads in, to have a look. There's more than one way to get into a house than through the front door.
They're on time pinch.
If it wasn't a time pinch, it was probably just, what was it, being thorough. It seems whoever was doing this was doing it haphazardly because A, they didn't care, or B, they had a better idea of what they were looking for and just did the quickest possible route to get to that task.
Okay.
Because those things, the results of those things look exactly the same, but the two results are not mutually exclusive.
Yeah.
So it gets a bit tricky trying to pinpoint which is which. The only thing that's concrete is you can see where old mate who was shooting the rounds off was doing it to incite the fear.
Yeah.
And where the violence became more controlled.
So sort of like poking her head in, does it kind of look like they've kind of just done like a surface wash of what they're looking for? Or does it look completely turned inside and out?
Visually, looks like just a wash.
A wash.
Yeah.
And where does it have sort of like a notable stop where you can kind of see that they've thrown the towel and realised that either A, they found what they were looking for, or B, they didn't find it and gave up?
Make an insight check.
Let's go with this one.
Old Greenie.
And I got advantage on this one too, so... Oh, yeah, that's a lot better. That's going to be another 19.
With a 19, you've done this before. You know what it looks like. This seems to me, this seems to you like these people have come in, smashed it up, looked for something, not found it, and just left. And just decided to cause a ruckus on the way out. That's what you get.
Okay. I would assume that probably takes a bit of time. So once...
Maybe 30, 40 minutes?
30, 40 minutes? Oh, I'm good. I'm pretty good at this. She'll make her way back to the inn and is there like a common room or like a...
It's like the reception area is like the common room because it's an inn, but it's not like a tavern. They don't do food and stuff. There's literally just rooms there and that's it. It's like a hotel basically.
Yeah. She'll probably just weirdly sit in the reception silently and just go into a trance in like a chair in the reception area and just wait for the other guys to wake up and come back down.
For sure. And I would say by this point, everyone else starts to awaken. You know, the sound of critters floating past the windows and, you know, whatever ambient sounds of the forest around begin to trigger everyone's response to wake up. Like, Zeph, you wake up and you're kind of sprawled out and Dog's just like over the top, like, you're like that's a big boy.
Morning to you too.
You watch
Bad breath.
You watch her.
Acid breath.
Yeah.
His tongue goes back in. like rolls back
Just
over.
gives him a little pat on the belly.
Lovely. And eventually he stirs and awakens.
Good morning.
Everyone else begins to stir. Hugel, you eventually awake to the sound of nature. It's a bit more like your clock. And Voyage, you kind of just feel compelled to wake up. You've had a good sleep. You feel much better rested this morning compared to some of the other nights you've been out. So it feels good. And everyone is able to awaken. If there's any rituals for the morning you want to take care of or anything of the like, feel free to add to the cooking pot. Unless not.
Zeph's gonna come out with all of their stuff and dog and open the door for the other ones and just be like, get them. And just watch dog just wreak havoc and just jump.
It's a scuttle on the spot, like, and I was saying, like, for effect, you like pull the door shut, and it's just like, it's just vicious. You guys are slobbered.
They're gonna walk down the stairs and just, yep, I've done my job.
Yeah, if you guys weren't awake then, you definitely are now. As this slippery boy gets in and properly wakes you up.
Yep.
That's it.
You would have had like a restless sleep, almost that when you know you've got to get up for something in the morning, because
Like Christmas.
yeah, well,
That's
not quite Christmas.
Nice.
Like, you know, you've got an assessment the next day and you didn't study
Yeah,
for
just,
it.
like the alarm's going off at 6, so you wake up at 4 and 5 and that
Oh,
kind
yes.
of night's sleep, because
misery.
Yeah.
obviously like the prayers, the death stuff's going on. He feels like it's something as a cleric that it's his responsibility to do some stuff the next day, and is in a very normally wakes up annoyingly cheery for a morning, but is quite somber and serious in the morning.
What about our other two fellas?
Diary goes downstairs. He's like, good morning. Hey, dog.
Good morning to you two.
Do we get the dwarvish innkeeper's name?
No, you didn't. Chance.
He goes downstairs.
Hugo,
Yes.
you alright?
There is a lot to do today.
Oh, yeah, you were upset.
Not upset so much as
Depressed.
like taking things very seriously.
Oh.
Like normally is almost like overly cheery, like not a care in the world kind of attitude, but today it's like
Business mode.
business.
I need to
mode,
learn how
yeah.
to do that. Don't quite have that feature yet.
You'll get it at level 7.
Yeah.
I'm fine. It's just
Need a traumatic experience
this is
right
what
now.
I'm here for.
Okay, I'll give it to you because I probably should have done it before. Her name was Hinsa. Hinse with an umlaut on top.
I have some questions for Insa, the dwarvish girl, before we do head on with our day, but keep an eye around town if... I find it strange that only those 3 were viciously killed, while... Why them?
I'm not the only one that thinks it's a little weird, right? It doesn't make sense.
I didn't want to push on Miros, but could it have been targeted?
I sort of feel like, yeah, she's got something to hide. Your sister, anyway. Something weird going on.
Whatever it was they were looking for, they did
You're
not find
downstairs.
it.
Wait, are we downstairs yet?
I'll say everyone.
Yeah,
can
we're
read,
all
yeah.
waiting.
Okay,
Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah.
downstairs.
I just said I want to talk to the dwarvish girl.
Get involved.
It just seems strange to me that the only deaths, at least that we know about so far, were one Goliath that tried to fight back and an innocent family.
There could be more we don't know about, but
We haven't been through that.
That's where I have the question.
Yeah.
And is Hinsa around? Anywhere obvious?
Not immediately, but there is a little bell. Surely you could ring it. Like, you would make sense that if she runs the inn, she is on the premises.
Yeah. Well, go up and ring the bell.
Yeah, probably about maybe like 5-6 minutes. She eventually walks out. Like, hair not really done. Hair's kind of like just tied back. And she's just wearing a blouse and trousers this time. Oh, good morning. Sorry, I Last 2 days slept in. It's been a wild ride. What can I do for you?
We've heard about all the unfortunate situations that have occurred in the town lately, and I was wondering, other than Miros' family and the Goliath boy, were anyone attacked or killed?
Not that no, not at all.
Do you know anything about what happened? Did you see anything?
I hid when it happened.
That's fair.
I'm not a fighting girl. I don't want to be. I just did the only smart thing I could. I barred all the doors and I hid the best I could, praying that it would stop. As far as everybody else, I don't know. I know that. Oh my god, I'm forgetting. It's right there. I know that Edidak, he was a kind man, but could be a bit rough. We've had people come through that are a bit hot-headed, and he could. He's a big man. But as far as poor Idris and his family, I don't know what that was. I don't know why they went in there. I don't know what it is. I think that was, personally, not to speculate, but I think that was just bad timing.
Are you an adventurer?
Oh, heavens no.
Yeah, you're wrong.
Yeah.
Sorry. Sorry.
Well, fuck.
In the corner.
Get out.
I can't believe you've done this.
I cannot believe you've done this. Anyway, continue.
Thank you for your time, and if there's anything else that comes to mind, please let us know.
I didn't see a lot. I doubt anything will come to mind, but if something pops up between now and when you leave, I'll be sure to let you know.
One last question.
Hmm?
As we came into town, we've been told there's only one way in and out. Is there any other paths around the areas known to locals or
Yeah,
other
got a sewer
groups that
system?
could be?
No, we have the one main strip, and we get rid of our grey water the old-fashioned way, throw it simply into the forest, let it do what it needs to do. There's no real other, I guess, secret way to get in. It's some of the folks will walk into the woods to particular spots they like, especially those that are, like Hans is a woodworker, and Idris himself also uses wood, but sometimes Hans will get it for him. He is quite old. Not really. Life is simple here for us. We have one way in, one way out, and we just deal with trade for people that come through. And sometimes Hans or Idris's boy would go to the city, pick up supplies, and bring them back for us.
Thank you for your time. And
You're welcome.
a couple of copper on the table.
Thank you, I appreciate it. Right, anyone else?
As soon as Hugo puts the copper down, Steph will just... At the time of the attack, was everyone just doing their normal daily routines?
People were going. It was late evening. People were done for the day. There was jobs that had to be done were done. We didn't really have any travelers in the inn. It's been quiet for us, especially with the weather being a bit more erratic. But it was a normal day. Nothing out of the ordinary. No strangers. No preemptive comings of individuals.
So when they arrived, they just started attacking?
Yes.
Could you ask where that family died?
Sorry?
Did you ask where that family died?
Yeah, she mentioned that they broke in. Well, that's what Insa just said, that they managed to get in there. I assume that it was inside the building, but did we notice that?
You didn't ask.
Did we notice if it looked like it was broken into or anything when we walked through the house, through the shop?
No, it didn't look broken into.
We have an invite to return to the shop this morning, and I think
Have a look-see? Like an actual
Yeah, it might be worth
have a perception check.
poking
We
our eyes
might
around
need
a
to
little bit
ask
more.
some more questions.
Be careful with this one, as he is mourning quite a bit of loss. He's frail, or at least he appears that way.
Oh, he's high.
Be gentle.
Yeah, fine.
Zeph will just kind of walk back out of ear of the inn maid, I guess.
Hinsa.
Yeah. And just say to Hugel, I do find it suspicious that he was the only one out of the family that was alive.
Huh. That's a very good point. How'd that old ass dude survive?
The entire situation seems a bit odd to me, that only in an attack that leads to death, and any that would be so brazen and violent to pin a Goliath to a door, to then just go and kill one small family.
It's gonna be very intrusive, but I guess needing to know where he was at that time, if he witnessed it, and why he survived, is probably one of the most crucial parts, because we know that the sister was pushed back in.
Well, Hans said he was going to be returning to give us a hand this morning. Maybe he can give us some more answers before we go and
Do we know
push
who
the
died?
old man.
Do we know who died first? Whether it was the family was killed first or the brother?
No.
That'd be good to know. Because then we can figure out where they went. Who they went to first, and then if no one comes up.
I reckon we should take out that invitation that you speak of. Go nice and early.
Is Hans outside? Like he said he was going to be waiting for us in the morning?
He said he would stop by, but you haven't seen him yet.
Seen him?
Let's save his legs. He is an old man. We'll go to him.
Well, we've got to start somewhere.
Let's start there.
So you guys want to go to the toy shop and the general store?
I have some good faith with the man. Let me take the lead to
Of
begin at
course.
least.
Of course. By all means, you lead this one.
Okay. You guys begin to walk. The condensation and the moisture, whatever water is left over from the rain the night before, is still there. Bit of a refreshing breeze, contrasting the very heavy, the heat of the moment, and where threads are starting to be drawn to conclusions and thoughts about what has transpired here in this town. You guys make it to the toy shop and the general store and the toy shop, and obviously at this time of the morning it's actually not open right now, but knowing that he's a frail old man, it's up to you what you want to do.
Excuse you.
Yeah.
They are squeaky chairs, I promise. I was like, the polite thing to do is not draw attention to it.
I was happy to let it go. I was gonna let it go.
Oh, he got whiplash, he turned up. He's like, what?
You're just like,
Get back to that.
Because I didn't know if it was you making noise like fuck, we're about to interrogate this old man. It was the chair or it was a fart. I couldn't tell.
I love when that happens and you try to recreate the noise again so you can prove that it never comes.
it's not happening.
The day that never comes. Anyway.
So, are we suspicious of this old man?
Hell yeah.
We're
that's
so
where we're going.
sus.
I'm more suspicious
Are we breaking in?
of the
No.
family that were the ones
We're
that
going
I love that. You guys are like, we're suspicious, but
The
we're not suspicious
second-
enough to break in.
It
Yeah.
was mentioned that the sun travels into the city as well as that's immediately what pinged it off. So
the
That's-
son. You mean the brother,
The Goliath
The
does.
Goliath
the
brother.
Goliath?
no, because Hans and Idris's
Idris's son
traveled into the city
Traveled
on a
into the
regular
city.
basis. If that's where these people have come from and that's where they're returning to, it could be they've had some kind of history,
So
and that's why the
it was
family's
son,
had a
daughter,
target.
and son-in-law.
It was Idris and his son's husband, and their daughter, which is Idris's granddaughter.
Oh, it's my bad. I thought
Okay.
it was the Goliath brother that was going
Going
to.
into the town.
No. The Goliaths were just labourers for the town.
Gotcha.
They help with a lot of the heavy lifting because a lot of the people there aren't.
Those
Yeah,
two
I was
are-
like, what's going
Yeah.
on? Yeah, no, I
It's
thought
all the same.
I thought the Goliath was the one that went to the town.
No, that's all good. All right.
All right,
Okay.
cool. Nice
No,
clarification.
those cookie pieces
We're on
fit
the same
along.
page.
Feel free to ask. I have it here in front of me. I can correct those notes for you.
Well, I didn't think I had that. I thought I had the whole picture.
Yeah, I'm like,
Now
no,
I
that's
know.
our bad. That's our
You
bad.
think you do.
Misunderstood.
Yeah.
But yeah,
I'm in
okay.
here
groovy.
rent free.
We're going to the Puppet Man.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Sweet.
we're at the
Don't
front.
say it like that because that makes it sound creepy.
No more
Probably.
Curse of Strahd puppets.
Listen here. My Curse Star Puppet saved us in times of dire need. I say, knowing full well it did not.
Out front of his place, looking around now that we are in daylight and thinking about it, do we see anything obvious break-in, obvious signs of attack, anything like...
Deception or investigation?
Investigation.
I ain't seen nothing.
Oh, that's better.
Dog and I are just sniffing each other's asses.
That is a dirty 20.
That is an immaculate.
Yeah, dirty 20.
21.
What did you get?
Dirty 20.
Oh my lord.
I got it.
Good. So, you guys investigating?
Yeah.
It becomes. It's tidy. It's neat.
Sauce.
It is. It is suspect. It's a weird thing where it's like every other building, there were notices of forced entry. Or, there were notices of forced attempt entry, and then windows were getting smashed to go in, and attempts to figure out, pardon me, attempting to them, they're looking, or they're trying to like pin something from the window, whatever it was, and it doesn't look like that here.
While we're looking around, is there anyone up and around in the close area from around the town?
Not immediately, no. It'd probably be that time in the morning, I say maybe like 7:30 in the morning, where you could definitely knock and people would be awake, but I would dare say, but no one's going to be out in the street, yeah.
Zeph. Ah. Shadowy thing you do where you can sneak. And she kind of like, Zero kind of like turns it back to Hugel. Kind of just like
Daria walks between them.
leaning in.
Hugo just underneath.
Zero doesn't even
What are you guys
notice,
talking
like,
about?
It's just full on having this like conversation, like
Just
she thinks she's having it away
a
from
fluffy
Hugel.
beach blonde cushion.
Like a sprout out of the ground.
If we are invited inside, do you think maybe you could have a look? And if we're not invited inside, do you think maybe you could have a look around?
Do I hear them? No.
You do not.
I think I could. Yeah.
So, great day.
You're doing something suspicious.
Not as suspicious as what's happened here.
Yes.
I will say I can compel him to be truthful with us. If
I can put up Zone of Truth, yeah.
Oh,
We can do
fantastic.
double Zone of Truth.
Double truth.
Ain't no lie.
You have to tell the truth twice as hard. By God, I'm gonna make you admit it. Okay, so immediately, building doesn't look like it's been broken into. No forced entry.
Yeah.
You can't see anyone about in the street, and currently there is no sign of Idris at this current moment.
Okay, so just let me get this straight. Even though I suggested earlier we break in, and you guys were like, no. Suddenly there's been a change of plan, and we're breaking in.
We're not breaking in.
Oh, no, we're
It's-
not breaking in. No, we're
what-
just entering uninvited.
No, we're gonna.
This
I've done this guy some favors. Hopefully,
We're not vampires,
and
it's
we've,
okay.
we've been invited back.
Yeah.
The-
Actually, he has a
the-
technical point.
the evolvement of that thought process is now we've gotten there and we've seen there's been no sign of breaking and entering from the previous. So now we're starting to get even more sus and we get, well,
See, like the
we're
night
getting a bit more
before,
desperate in this corner here.
I was a little bit blinded by my faith and what I was doing. Overnight, he's kind of gone, oh, something was a bit weird there. So we've got an open invite to return.
And he didn't say that he had to be there when we were there.
But he said, come back in the morning if you need any supplies or anything like that.
So it's the morning. We have an invite. He's not here.
Oh, we don't know that. He might be inside.
Well, there's only one way to find out, and that's for you to break in.
Or
There we go. Old fashioned way.
Did we not try that?
No.
we,
No D&D,
Yeah.
no D&D group ever tries the door the first time. Ever.
It's a mimic.
Hey, but it's like gummy, so I was like, no.
yeah, it's like there's been like, can we break in? How do we get in? We've been invited. We can knock.
That's a fair point.
There is, I dare say, about 4 minutes, where there's the ever so faint sound of noises upstairs. And then,
Give him time. He's old and slow.
and sure enough, through like the glass as you're looking, you can see as the frail old Idris comes down the stairs and unlocks the door.
Before he gets downstairs,
Yep.
Dario's gonna cast Stone of Truth. Boom. Straight up. Before he even notices, he's not gonna notice shit. He's just
What's the distance on Zone of Truth? Because you can do that. Like, that's a thing you can do, for sure.
I think it's like a 60-foot sphere.
Can you double check that for me real quick?
Yes.
Unless I can get to it first.
Where's my house glowing?
You know, legit. He's like, what is this glow?
Oh, don't worry about that.
It's a 60-foot radius. He needs to pass a DC, a charisma saving throw of 15.
Right, okay, well, I don't
It's a
know if you
15.
were here in the same room. This guy's fucking old, right?
Okay. So yeah, it has a range of 60 feet and it's a 15-foot radius. So I can put that anywhere.
Okay, so you can pop it off at 60 feet of range and it is a 15-foot thing.
Yeah.
Do you want to do it basically where it's like it's in the door and you're just getting him?
I would say like the living area door because I feel like we're about to go inside. Whether he likes
Get the entrance, okay.
Be warned
So-
that if we're inside it, we might have to be compelled to be completely truthful as well.
He can,
I'm okay with that. I feel
but
like that'd be a great addition.
you can
Sorry.
cast it that it's basically just going to get him.
Really?
Yeah,
I
I
think-
allow that.
If we don't move forward,
I don't know. I feel like that's pretty spicy if we were all standing in there and then all of a sudden we just started going like, I never had a father.
What, you know more, mother?
you can't lie. You
Yeah.
don't have to
Yeah.
say truth.
Yeah.
Well, look, if everyone wants it for the memes to like roll fucking saves to not.
Yeah, I'll roll save. You go on.
On a failed save, a creature can't speak a deliberate lie while in the radius. You know whether each creature succeeds or... So I know if you... Oh, I mean, guess you guys are going to say it anyway. So,
Oh, I guess we gotta wait to walk into it.
and an affected creature is aware of the spell and can... So he's going to be aware of this.
He can be aware of a magical effect, yeah, and can do so if he wishes to.
And he can avoid answering questions which could normally respond.
Very
to
true.
life. Yeah.
Okay, so let's do it like this. Do you want to cast it where he's going to be so it just gets him, or are you just going to pop it off and just pray that no one here says something stupid? Alrighty, everyone roll saves. What's your spell save DC? It'll be on D&D Beyond.
15?
Yeah, I think it's 15. Alright.
I rolled 15.
I failed my own spell save.
You don't, it doesn't
don't
matter
have
for
to
you.
do it.
Oh, so wait, can I lie?
Yeah.
I can still
Yeah,
lie.
you cast a spell.
Bro, that's an OP power.
What kind of? I got rolled a 15, so.
What kind of save?
It's a Christmas saving
Tommy
throw,
fell
15.
as well. Okay.
Are you the
I
other
rolled a 15.
Okay.
The fucking gods.
Technically, so did Dog.
I passed.
Dog does that thing where it's like,
Well, then you guys, yeah, everyone's good. Like, you guys are all Gucci. The only one that isn't okay, or other than me, is the old dude.
I'll roll in front of the table, because I think that's fun.
That's a fail.
That's
That's a fucking
Oh!
That is disgusting. Your turn.
I'm not going to cast it just yet.
Well, or it could be you are gonna.
As
cast
the
it.
door opens and little frail Idris,
She just sees me put my like crossways, like you didn't see anything.
little frail Idris opens the door, and he looks and he sees you and, oh, hello there again. I felt a bit odd. Did anyone feel a bit odd? I felt a bit odd.
I don't know what you're talking about.
It's a strange morning.
Yes. What? Anywho.
What can I do for you, friend?
You invited us back this morning for some possible supplies, and we just had a few more questions about everything. To see
Yes.
if it's going
Yes, come in. Then he asks you guys all in. Now that it's like daytime and like there's a bit of light coming through the way, you see the shop is immaculate. It's tidy. The shelves, general supplies, rope, cow trops. There's some gardening tools in there. You can see where there's notices that you can buy rations over the counter, all that sort of stuff. Like a general, just small shop that's suitable for a small town. You know, nothing too extravagant.
I'm paying very close attention to him now, like small mannerisms, how he's talking.
Make an insight check.
So the shop itself wasn't.
Nat 20 plus 6.
Carry on.
Oh my days. I guess we'll... He looks just as frail, still walking with a bit of a shake, but you're unsure if the shake is due to his age or due to like that post-stress convulsion ache where like your body's like still trying to recover. One thing you notice is when he ushered you guys in and he kind of like darted looks, he did seem a bit scat, for lack of a scientific term. Ooh. He like what's that, like disillusioned, like a bit. His mind looked elsewhere.
He's out of it. Yeah.
Yeah. Come on. But yes, he did look a bit welcoming, yes, but a bit
Fuzzles.
fuzzled, yeah. Discombobulated.
Fuzzles.
Discombobulated. Anyway.
So, I'm going to try and kind of chat to him a little bit and distract him from the rest of you if you want to look around a little bit.
For sure. You find he goes over to like the counter, like the shop counter, where there's a small stool there, obviously for him to sit on, and you find he perches himself on, and he goes, "Well, what do you need?"
I'll ruin your day.
First, I know you were saying you're not much of a religious type, but there are some prayers of the dead. I wondered if you wouldn't mind partaking in my service.
No, I wouldn't turn down the offerings of a cleric, better yet for free, my boy.
And as I stand aside and so I sit there, take his hands, and now just close your eyes and repeat after me and just start going through some things. But
For sure. Do I really want to make you roll persuasion? Do I want to do that? No, I feel like he's good. He believes.
He trusts me, right?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, then you won't do what I was going to ask.
For sure.
so, yeah.
No. I was going to get
Yeah,
put in the
I'll say he's. He wouldn't sleep. He'd just die.
Join
But
your family.
you find he just accepts it. I think what it looks like to you is like this is a man that is just looking for something to bring him back down to earth. But you have him distracted.
Through this time,
I already rolled it. They witnessed it.
Yeah,
I
she
got a natural 20.
Yeah, she did.
And that's +9, so that's 29.
Oh my days.
Zeph is gone.
found his diary
You
from like
walk,
20 years ago.
you guys notice on like your periphery is like Zeph just walks behind a shelf and never comes out the other side.
Diary's like,
Zero does the same thing, except she goes to walk behind Voyage, and you see her run her fingers through her hair, and nothing walks
oh yeah.
past the other side of Voyage.
Diary tries to sneak away. It's just like, ka-choo. It just stands there.
Voyage just like comes up to Daria.
It's okay. The big D.
You did it.
I did it.
What's up?
It's just all like, hey, come help me pick a new bedroll.
Okay, yeah, that way. Away from this conversation. Ha.
Alrighty.
through the prayers and stuff,
Yes.
I'm gonna ask him to give me the names of the family that killed as well,
Okay. Give me a chance.
because I didn't get those.
He says, well, Ingrid is my son. Hamish was his husband. And their daughter, my granddaughter, was Lamella. So Ingrid, Ingrid. Hamish, obviously Hamish. And Lamella is Lomella.
And I'll just incorporate those into some prayers and keep him distracted for a while.
Definitely. You two, fucking heathens.
Sneaky thanks.
I'm a sneaky little snake. What's the game plan?
You're doing a sneak. Yes.
I'm doing a sneak, and I am going to look for any type of like, because obviously from looking at the shop, it's just like your typical shop and everything like that from what we've...
The general shop is the ground floor, yep.
I'm going to look for any sort of like secret back door or anything like that, any hatch or anything like that, just to make sure that there wasn't any sort of secrecy that could have led them to come here without harming it.
No roll necessary. There is a back door. There is straight up a back door. You find it's a little bit like around like a small stone facade wall to like keep it hidden from the public eye in case garbage or anything has to be taken out the back. And make investigation for me as you kind of like stealth up to this door to have a gander.
Oh, that's a 5.
I do have this image though of like whenever Zephyros is stealthing, their skin is changing pigment to match what's behind them.
Yeah.
Sick.
Yeah, how fucking good.
Yeah.
So it's like you like to anyone who is observant of where you are, you watch as like streaks of like darkened brown oak wood and stuff cross across your face as you use the vision on your left side to match what's on your right side, and your body transforms with it. What was the roll for the door, sorry?
Only 5.
The 5. Doesn't look like it was damaged, doesn't look like it was kicked in.
Yeah.
It's just a back door to take the winds out.
I'm gonna start heading upstairs.
Absolutely. With that stealth check from before, definitely, and with Hugo distracting him, you, like a ghost, you're up the stairs. What about Zero? What are you doing while you're still downstairs?
Zero already headed up the stairs. She's looking for the bodies, specifically.
Okay. So it becomes a funny thing because you guys you're invisible, so you're technically hidden from sight, but you're also very stealthy. So I feel like it's a moment where you both go to meet the stairs. You're like, oh,
Bump into each other.
yeah, you like quickly scope up the stairs. So when you get up the stairs, so coming up this way is there's the 2 bedrooms where the doors are open, and that side there is a door which seemingly leads into a bigger room that is shut.
Do you want to take the room with the bodies, or do you want to take the 2 open rooms?
I'll take the open.
That's okay.
Okay, so left or right?
Right.
Going right, you cross the threshold of the door and you see the double bed and the cot with the sheets over the bodies still laying there. And funnily enough, when you walk in, you kind of get that little like tingle down the back of your neck. There's like, oh, Hugo's been here. I can feel the flower power. But now then?
I'm gonna do what Hugo did not and inspect the bodies and see how they were killed.
Okay. So, which one do you pull down first?
I'll do the son first.
So the 2 men are in the same bed
Yep.
with one sheet over the top. So you pull that sheet back. And again, Ingrid himself, chiseled jaw, bit of stubble, handsome. And Hamish, very sleek face, very soft, very just gentle. Ingrid himself, if you weren't already expecting it, it probably would have caught you very much by surprise. But knowing that you were coming in here trying to examine death, it becomes a bit easier to stomach. Hamish has a blistering wound from underneath the rib cage to above the right side of his hip, where it has been taken out. The clothing, thankfully, was able to stop what bit of meat is no longer attached to that section. But nonetheless, there is a solid portion of his body missing in that hip region. Make a history check for me. With advantage.
Yes, I'll take the 12. So 13.
13's good enough. You've seen something like this before, and that's something like what Zero's firearms do.
Yeah.
Granted, this is a bit more like it's a bit how you go. Like the entry and exit wound was quite concussive. Obviously, a lot of that wound looks like it was forcefully blown open, not like it was a puncture that was cut.
Yeah.
But that is something you get.
Would I be able to tell from that 13, like roughly, if it was a close shot or a far away one?
You know what? I'll say that looks like it was close. That was.
So it was close.
Yep.
Personal.
Now, Hamish, Hamish has a an angled stab wound straight through the solar where the heart is on the chest.
Is there any like indents of the actual base of the blade?
Or no, I would say probably not. Something like that would actually have to be pressed in the body for a good amount of time to leave an indentation in the skin. And once the body stops pumping blood and they become rictus.
So like no bruising or anything from like the...
There's definitely a bruising, and it's like I'd say like an oval.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Standard cross hilt sword.
So not
shit.
like one of those ones where it's got the two bits, but it's got like the round.
Yeah, whatever punctured this wound was even,
Yeah.
for lack of a better term, yeah.
Just gonna cover them back up again and move over to the granddaughter.
You peel the sheet back and you see this little girl, and she looks like Ingrid. Not as like having a square head on a young girl, but she's got, I guess, angular features like her father's, but more soft, you know. She's sort of she probably no older than 10, 11. And I think what catches you by surprise the most is sometimes when you observe bodies of people that have had horrific things happen, especially post-incident like that, you can see on their body or on their face what's happened, and like the last expression that was probably there before it went down. And you get some sort of, you look at it, and I think what makes you most uncomfortable is her face is so still that you can't figure it out. You don't know what was going through this little girl's head before she died. And it makes you really uncomfortable. Like, you immediately start feeling very uneasy, and you start thinking back especially to your brothers and then your older sister. Because, oh sorry, your younger sister, but the older sister of the kids. It's confronting. Who would do something like that? But you got a job to do. You pull it down, and there is again a just very decent stab wound in her stomach, and it was this. Make an insight check for me, because I want to see if Zepharis can actually pick up the context of what she sees, or what they see, sorry. Beg my pardon.
That is a 10.
With a 10. You use knives. You know what it's about. Sharp, pointy things only. If you want someone to suffer, they know about it. You know when a stab wound is quick and concise. Whoever did this paid no mind. They wanted to get their sword out as quickly as it went in. This was just done. Smooth, no excess tearing. The slit on her dress is nigh invisible if you weren't looking for it. But they were taken down by physical means.
And with like their clothing and everything like that, they were just like regular
Just
clothing.
as common as they could be. Ingrid had like a, nice button-up shirt with a vest and some trousers. Hamish had just one of those like looser, flowy blouses with some nice pants. And Lamella just had a little sundress, Nothing that screamed, oh, we're rich, come get us. But, not bad, not peasants' garbs. They lived well enough.
I'm gonna cover her back up again and just like inspect the room just to see who they were and kind of like if they had anything that was hidden that could have caused.
Sure. Make another investigation check and then let me know what you rolled and we'll go from there.
19 plus 4.
Wonderful. We'll come back to that as you begin to inspect. Zero, what are you doing? You've kind of went on your own little trail. So at this point, you've got the room that's on the door connected to the big room that's shut, and the other open door, which is right at the other end of the hallway, which Zephyros did not go into.
I'm pretty sure Zeph was going to take the open room, so I'm going to go into the closed room. Well, is the door unlocked?
It is locked.
It is locked. One sec. I'm pretty sure I have thieves' tools.
I'm doing some sneaking. Oh god, it's so intense when people sneaking.
Yes, I do. Can I use? Is there a lockpick in thieves' tools?
Yeah, thieves' tools is like a lock breaking kit.
I
Yeah.
think they come with like 3 or something.
Yeah. Am I able to use one of those? What would
Yes,
do I
for
need
sure.
to roll something? For that?
Is a sleight of hand check with proficiency if you're proficient in thieves' tools, which it'll automatically do it if you are. So
Beautiful. That's a 13.
with a 13, easy enough to open.
Yeah.
It's not extremely hard to do. It's an older lock, which is why it was so simple.
Yeah.
But like it's a simple mechanism, but the mechanism itself is very clammy because it obviously no one's going to go in with a steel wire brush and clean a lock. But eventually it's like a and the door opens up.
I will shut it behind me as well.
For sure. You are greeted by a toy shop. There's a multitude of there's toy carts and horses. You see a couple of puppets and like small wooden marionettes hanging from the roof. There's a rocking horse, little desk trinkets, like there's one of like a tree stump with like a bear sitting on it. And there's one of like horses and all that sort of stuff. It seems like he was just when he's not running the store, he's doing wood carving and woodworking, making toys for the kids or for anyone that wishes to buy them on their trip through Sindrafen.
Zero's going to do a purposeful but thorough sweep, so not wasting time, so per to say, but also not skipping over stuff, like trying to be as thorough as possible whilst also being swift.
For sure, investigation, please.
Let's go. Oh, nat 20
Oh god.
We're killing it in here.
with a 5 on top as well.
Oh no. Please. And that was almost on camera. That would have
I
made
was
it
going
worse.
to say like that entire interaction.
I would have
may
just
been
cried.
recorded. I think it may have been actually.
Just all on camera.
Yeah.
It happened in slow motion.
We can do this 360 camera to follow your hand as it moves along. So
You stealth so well.
I would have just give me.
The first thing when you walk in and you're like, okay, I'm gonna look. Fuck, there's a lot of stuff in here. Okay. And you crouch down and you start trying to work your way through it and just seeing if anything sticks out. And on a nat 20 with a pass, you see this he's extremely good at his job. Like there's insane detail. This old fella obviously puts effort into his work and thought and time. But if there was anything of note regarding as far as business documents, anything, it's not in here. This is just a workshop. However, with a nat 20 to feel like it's not getting wasted, I would dare say,
We can carry it over into the other open room if you want.
sure, why not? I don't want to feel like it gets wasted in a room that's full of toys.
If there truly is nothing here and you don't want to let my nat 20 go to waste, I can have a sneaky look in the other open room.
You can. So you stealth your way out, shut the door behind you, and dart your way into Idris's room. Much more comfortable, single bed, rocking chair, small writing desk, a lantern there with some candles as well. There's also a candle on the holder. This room looks a little bit more in disrepute. The bed is not made. The chair's kind of scracked about. There's a bunch of papers and stuff on his writing desk. You can see where the candles have been burned so much that the wax is poured out over the is it a candelabra? The little name for it? I know there's one for
a candle holder.
no, there's a name for it.
Candle holder.
Candelabra isn't got the most.
I should know these things. But
What's the dude's name from fucking Beauty and the Beast?
Beast.
No, isn't it?
Lumiere.
Stick.
Lumiere.
Yeah, isn't that?
Yeah, Lumiere.
Well, whatever.
I don't think that's what it is, but I know his name
It's
is Lumiere.
Lumiere, but
Yeah.
that's
I know I'll come back next episode and I'll be like, oh, by the way, that word was this. It just carries over. It makes sense. His room is in disrepute because of his emotional status. The first thing you do, and you correct me if I'm wrong, but I feel like the first thing you do is you're going to go look at the papers.
Yes.
Because that makes sense. They are work orders. They are notices of where Ingrid has gone to Hun and Frace for a couple of days to trade supplies, bring stuff back. The last dated one was about 5 days ago, give or take, where he went in with lumber and came back with some just like food and supplies and just top up stuff for the general shop.
Mm-hmm.
That's the last one. So he's gone into the city recently.
Mm-hmm.
And then obviously that attack happened. By now it's 2 days, but when you guys came into town, it was a day and a bit ago. So 5 days ago he went. 2 days ago the city got
And
the
it's
town got
about a
attacked.
3-day trip from here to the city, isn't it?
Yeah.
So, given the time frame, it almost kind of seems like not hot on their heels, but yeah, if the last one was 5 days ago, and then the attack was 2 days ago, that's 3 days, so that's the round trip that it takes. So it seems like whoever's come through has come through pretty much as they're returning.
I'm
as
doing
well.
this to camera. That math worked out perfectly fine because I didn't want to do it. And you did it for me. So thanks. Inspiration.
Thank you.
I'm serious. You get inspiration for doing the math for me.
I love inspiration.
I'll take it.
So she's definitely going to take note of that. Is there anything with that order that seems to be out of place with previous orders?
No.
No.
Like you go through, it seems like it's every couple of days, it's a round, like every like maybe 2 weeks, it's a round thing.
Do we have note of who the supplier is, where they're getting their stuff from?
No. So what you have there are invoices of things that are going out.
Out.
But not things that are coming
Okay.
back.
All right. Okay. Oh, so it's going out. Okay.
So like you know where it's like lumber X 12 length by length,
Yeah.
like what they're taking with them. Some of them are like cuts of meat from cows, some fruits and vegetables and stuff. It's all, this is a supply list.
Yeah.
That, and you get this, and you've seen enough, you know, that's what, these are copies of what they give to the people that are taking that order.
Yeah.
So they can check their itinerary.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Beautiful. Okay.
Receipt type thing.
Yeah, literally a receipt. There you go. Fuck me. I only worked in retail for 6 years.
Sorry, I was like, you could just say it's a receipt, but yeah, it's a receipt for services or for goods provided.
Yeah. Okay.
An
so-
invoice.
Yeah, an invoice. Yeah. So bitches get paid.
So there's nothing else with the desk or anything like that out of the ordinary. Nothing else in the room seems out of the ordinary.
No, not at all.
You can sort of like in the open doorway of where you're like searching, you kind of like hear this like disembodied huffing and puffing, disgruntled huffing and puffing, like a.
Huffing in Elvish.
Yeah.
But with that, we'll cut back to you. You're investigating the men and the daughter's room.
Yep.
It is a room that is made to look as homely as it can be for two men and their daughter sharing a room. There's those sketchings where obviously Ingrid has had them done for them to have them placed on the wall of all of them together. There's pictures that Lamella herself has painted for both of her fathers. Honestly, it's just a room well lived in by a family that were unfortunately taken too early.
Can I check for any loose floorboards?
You can certainly try.
Because I want to see if they're hiding anything. That is a 6.
Not that you can find without making a hell of a lot of noise and disrupting whatever's going on downstairs.
3-ring circuses down.
Yeah, it's Voyage dragging Daria through every single shelf. I feel like, and then Dog for some reason is running laps, and your prayer is still going on. I know. I feel like I'm neglecting you guys, but it's like there's so much to
There's
do.
so much we can add. Anyway.
I know there's so much to do, so much stuff.
I was actually thinking this is like the benefit of having like different types of classes. Is I wouldn't be able to do this. I would not be able to go upstairs and sneak.
It'd be like a steamroller going up a staircase.
Whereas
And respectfully, I wouldn't be able to steamroll.
yeah, exactly. So it's good. Like everyone has their times where they can.
Good. I'm glad you think that way. No, you couldn't without making a fucking ruckus.
Yep.
By this point, you guys have probably been at this for about a solid 10 minutes.
Yeah.
He would be getting suspicious.
I would say after a while,
Yeah, he'd
I'll
be
be
getting
trying
sucked.
to like drop some weird hints and seeing what I can pick up if there's anything weird from the old man.
We can do that. What do you want to do? What do you want to try? Lay it on.
Well, some of the questions I'll be asking for certain prayers would be like, so would you be able to tell me whereabouts they actually passed? Like, where was the incident? Was it in the house?
Well, Ingrid was always the he was always the one that would, try to do the right thing, be good to everybody. When the commotion started, Ingrid ran to the street and tried to see what was going on. And tried to, from what I could gather, tried to talk this man down. And then he killed him. In cold blood. And I didn't see whoever this gentleman or individual was. I was upstairs, locked in my room. But he made quick work of them. And I wish it was me. Yes.
As one final part of this prayer, I would like to return to the bodies, but on my own this time, as a special part of the rites to lay them down, if that is okay with you.
Make a persuasion check with advantage because you've got good rapport with him.
17. And a nat 1.
I felt everyone's buttholes pucker up there.
Yep.
He looks and thinks on it for a moment and goes, "Yeah, it's okay. I think that should be fine. I've looked upon them enough for one evening. For one lifetime, rather.
Perhaps you can help my friends here why I know where they are. You don't have to.
Yes, quite." And he finally gets up off his stool.
So I'm gonna...
"You there?" and points to you two at some shop. "What are you looking for?" And he frailly hobbles his way over, and Dog comes around and kind of shuffles up behind him and guides him around. "Oh, I dare say, he's a spry one, this young green boy. You're also a green boy. That's not fair. This scaly."
That's not fair.
So I'm gonna go up to the room and sort of whisper, "Are any of you in here?"
Just oddly close to you. Yes.
Zeph's gonna pop her head out.
I have an idea. Which one do you think's more suspicious?
Out of the bodies? Or
Yes.
That's what I was waiting for. I was like, you gotta elaborate there. Sorry.
what did you glean?
Well, we're in the room with the dead bodies. So.
What did you glean from what you investigated?
Do any of them look more targeted with their attacks than the other?
Yes. So the son was shot at a reasonably close range. So there's a decent amount of flesh missing. The husband was stabbed, and the daughter was also stabbed, but died slowly.
I guess the son is the only question. And I walk up and cast Speak with Dead.
You got him.
For the table, please read out what that does.
Got him.
My guy.
You grant the semblance of life and intelligence to a corpse of your choice within range, allowing them to answer questions that you pose. The corpse still
It
has
just
to have a
reminds me of
mouth,
the
which they
D&D
do,
movie.
and has to be alive within 10... Oh wait, sorry. The corpse target was still within the last 10 days, yep, so...
Yep. And gentle repose definitely limits that out.
I get 5 questions.
Oh, this is the one from the movie. Do you understand? Yes. Okay.
You failed by not seeing it before this session. How dare you?
I know, I still got to go.
I haven't either. It's okay.
Describe to the table what it looks like when you cast Speak with Dead with Ingrid's body.
Same as usual, grabs the necklace, says a small prayer, but this time instead of doing them individually as he does, a glow comes off the necklace into his hands and he presses it down into the chest, and suddenly like breath comes back to the lungs.
Sucks the sheet in.
Ouija board.
The glint on Hugel's necklace is, it looks like when sun catches metal, but it's purple, and then comes off in your hand. And as you flow it and press it down onto the body, you guys watch as the purple energy starts to push through the veins, and there's a quick rise of the chest as the body begins to move ever so faintly, and like the room becomes still when like this magic's happening, like the magic that balances on the edge of life and death.
Fuck.
And he sits up, and there's a okay. What is it?
Did you know the identity of those who attacked you?
No.
Do you know why they were targeting this town?
No.
Do you know anything about the attack? I might as well just smack him out and send him back to where he fucking came from.
Chop his head off.
Why did you go out to them?
I thought if maybe I could strike a deal with them, give them something, just to leave us alone. That's all I wanted.
Did you hear them talking about what they were after?
All I remember was the one who got me said she's not in the city, so she might be here.
That is 5.
Can you use that?
Is that 5?
That is
Yeah, that's
5.
five questions.
That
No,
is
that was-
5. I counted.
Yeah, that was 5.
That was 5.
Yeah. Can you use that spell again?
Yes.
Let's go see the brother. Let's go.
Oh,
Right
jeez.
now. Let's go.
As
That was my idea.
that spell,
Save-
as the spell begins to fade, and it's you watch the purple veins retract like back to the way they go, and there's what?
Zero's just going to quickly hold up her notebook with the names on there and just point at them and see if there's a glint of recognition in his eyes from the any names.
He's not paying
Been
attention to you at all. He's looking at
Technically,
you.
that's a
He's
question.
looking at Hugel, and you can see
She don't know how magic works.
for a moment he looks like he's trying to fight it for a second,
Hugo takes back the light from the chest. You can rest now.
Yeah, it was kind of cold. Savage.
And he is at rest.
Covers him back up. Places the coins back on his face from the night before, from the Gem Pose. I think that's about all we're going to get from these lot. I don't think this was as targeted as we imagined. It still seems strange to me, but...
I think that Granddaddy's in on it.
She's not here. She's not here. She's not here. They were looking for... Well, that tells us a great deal. That means they were looking for someone. And those someones might be the names we got from that Goliath woman.
I do have another thought. And unless I'm wrong here, in this world, 2 men can't make a baby. No?
You're not wrong.
I don't know how Elvish...
Damie's hitting us with the straight
There's,
science facts!
There's 2 men here and a granddaughter. Perhaps this was targeted for another.
Daughter, same race as the parents?
They were both human, so both the males were human.
Yeah.
Lamella physically looked like Ingrid. She is biologically Ingrid's daughter, but it seems that the surrogate mother, obviously...
Have we asked the dad if he knows anything about the mother of the child? Like the...
You can.
I was gonna say, where is
There
it?
was no need.
He's still downstairs with you two when he's dragging you through.
Oh,
Like hard pan downstairs. Hard pan downstairs. Oh, I do find that this bedroll here is much better for sleeping on.
Random
It's quite a lot-
question.
Yes.
Do you have, just out of nowhere, do you happen to know the mother of your granddaughter?
You wouldn't know that.
Metagame is
Oh, yeah, I just realised. I have no idea what's going on.
Waterproof is this bedroll though? Because I like to use them as like a makeshift tent occasionally.
Oh my boy, have I got a secret for you? And he finally flips it over and it's like all stitched leather on the backside to like the water runs off. He's really getting into it. And it's like, look, if my back was still good enough, I'd use this one for sure. And I would guess unless there's anything you guys want to do upstairs immediately.
I think
That's
sneak
it.
back down.
Why are you alive?
You know what? Roll with it.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, that's a legitimate question.
Pardon?
Then why did you survive and everyone else died? Did you not hear any noises?
No. My boy, I heard noises.
You slept through it.
I know when an old man is needed and when an old man is not.
So you're telling me you let your family die?
Shh.
I don't know. Nothing.
I didn't let my family do anything.
Sounds like it.
Young man, I think it's time for you to leave.
Okay. Dari just walks outside.
Yeah, it goes really quiet and he goes back to his chair.
His response there really gets to Daria though, because it doesn't matter what position you're in, how old you are. If your family's in trouble, you should be helping your family out. That's what gets to me. Anyway, Daria walks outside and shuts the front door. Shuts the front door.
Shut the front door!
And yeah, I don't need your bedroll. I meditate. That was not you.
Two green
That
fingers.
was at the old dude. Pussy. Oh, sorry. You're like,
Ixnay on the Uzi pay, bro. But when you guys come back downstairs, it is heavy quiet and not good. I don't know if there's anything that Voyage will want to do in that instance, waiting for this lot to come back. Or
He would do his best to be like, I do apologize for my companion. That is not a very fair thing to say.
it's a pretty fair assumption, though.
judging by his demeanor, he looks like he's more of a fighty type than a wordy type, which is okay. I get it. I'm just
My charisma score says otherwise. Thank you very much.
yeah, but your actions say otherwise again. Uno reverse. I am well aware that there are perhaps older men than me that would willingly take a sword or some sort of projectile for their family. I didn't want to get in the way. And the more I think about it, the more I think that getting in the way might have saved them. I have 2 sons that are dead now, and a granddaughter, because I couldn't bring myself to just get up and get out of the room.
Are we downstairs now?
You are downstairs now.
I'll
Unfortunately.
walk on and grab him, like put him down. So I don't know that it would have made much of a difference.
Zero is completing the Daria sandwich.
A what?
Zero is completing the Daria sandwich. And Zero stands there. And she's thinking it over. She's putting 2 and 2 together about what's happened. I understand that perhaps you did not want to get caught in the fray. But you have old locks on your doors. Very simple. Why did they leave you alive? Is probably the better question.
I don't know what it was.
Did they know you were in the house?
The DM needed someone to tell the story. Sorry.
I never left my room at all. I attempted to hide the best that I could. I heard shouting downstairs.
So they were
Wait.
in the house,
Yes.
but they didn't ransack your house.
No.
But a lot of the other houses and shops are.
Hugo also perks up. I thought you said that they were killed in the street.
Wait, did I say they were killed in the street?
Yes.
Wait,
One,
did
one
I?
of the sons was. The,
Ingrid was killed in
Yeah.
the street. Ingrid was killed in the street. That's right. Sorry.
Yeah.
the other
um,
2 that he
yes.
didn't allude to.
No.
Yeah.
So Ingrid was shot in the street, but yes, Hamish and Lamella were killed in the storefront, because obviously it's all connected to the same building. You know what? He starts visibly becoming very flustered because there's a lot of questions flying at him, and he's trying to give answers, and he kind of feels like he's been a bit interrogated.
Strange that.
What a strange feeling to have in this current situation.
I
I apologize for my friends. They're a bit brash, but as I've mentioned, we are trying to do the required rites to make sure that they pass into the fallen realms, and as I mentioned earlier, knowing where they passed is helpful to that.
Ingrid went down in the street. That wound in his side, I'm not quite sure what would do that other than a cannon on a ship of that sort. I've never seen it myself, but
There's a gun from the city.
a what?
There are new elements of death being brought into this world that most of us haven't seen.
Should have sort of just like pushed her like one-sided cape off to the side. A gun from the city. And as you came back from your order, or whoever went and got it, these people were hot on the trail behind.
Well, you find there's a like a light bulb moment. Well, that would make sense. Ingrid, he took the same pathway every time. It's the quickest possible route. It's the least trickiest to traverse. Surely, if you've come from Hannenfreis, you've seen it. It's a quite straight route. It's the quickest way to get here. But obviously, you turn off the path and you come here. But if he's gone straight from the city and come here, that would make sense how they followed him.
Why did they not turn over your shop? Why did they go through everywhere else and leave your shop alone?
I don't know. Young lady, I don't know.
I'm not young. I'm probably older than you.
Well, fair play to you, but I don't have an answer for you, and I feel like no matter what I say, you're not going to believe me. I believe that when Ingrid went to the street, he was murdered, and the door was just left open.
Who's behind this? Are there any news behind this?
I'm outside, so I don't actually know what's happening. I got put outside.
You just hear a lot of.
Can you tell me anything of Mella's mother?
Yeah, we never got to ask that because
Lamella's mother was. All I was told was that she was born of a woman in the city. They kind of kept it between themselves, and I didn't want to pry. That was a bit of a touchy subject. You know, two men cannot conceive, having to pay faculties and services, and Hannafrace is the city of arcanotechnology. Surely they found someone. And, I did not care. I did not care to know or ask about Lamella's mother. She is my granddaughter, and Hamish was as much my son as Ingrid.
I understand, so there's no bad blood there.
No, not at all. I simply just did not wish to know.
I hope you understand the only reason that we ask extra questions is it does seem quite targeted. It's an innocent family attacked and a store left untouched.
Well, from what I've been able to piece together with everybody else, no one's belongings were taken. There was just a lot of damage and violence, and this gun, which you speak of, this thing that apparently killed my boy.
They were targeting something.
Someone. A woman. They were looking for a woman.
What kind of woman, you said?
Do we get any?
You can make an insight check.
That is 16 plus 6, 22.
Jesus.
Also 22.
Wow. Well done. It doesn't look like he's trying to cover for a lie. He legitimately looks as shocked as everybody else.
Cool.
He goes, I don't know of any woman that would be here that's not been here for however long that I've been here, you know. Ludmilla and Hans have been here since they were a bit younger. They were youngly married and they've been here ever since. And Hans is quite well liked. We have travelers that make regular stops and pass in and out. You might ask Hinsa. I don't know if she's put anyone up recently in the last couple of days or weeks that might be a woman coming through, but
It's not a bad idea.
Thank you for everything, and again, I hope only that you can mourn in peace.
thank you. Safe travels to you all. And Vonnie actually begins to usher you out so he can be alone.
So did he do it?
I think we just harassed an old man that was mourning.
It was fucking useless.
Oh,
We
okay.
did speak with the dead son, however.
Should we go talk to the dead brother?
Well, I can bring one more back from old death today and ask some more questions, but we do know that they were looking
How
for
many
someone.
dead people are you going to make me play?
All of them!
Oh. I feel like the guy that got stabbed would probably have the best chance of having a conversation, or at least some sort of.
Oh, the Goliath brother, yeah.
Especially because he got fucking
Unless there's
impaled through
anything
a door.
else, unless there's any other questions we want to ask around town. First, I also intend to pay a visit to Eridas to offer the services of mourning to her.
Do you want to take another banana split? You can go
That's
Boogie
the Goliath
Boogie.
family as well.
Panzer.
That's the same spot.
Are we all going to the same spot?
So do we want to talk to anyone else, or just go straight to the Goliath household again?
Oh no, that's Do we want to
Accent change is flawless, sorry.
split again? Do you want to go do your ritual oogie boogie? Talk to the daddy weddy, whatever it is you do with the Goliath family, and whoever wants to join me can go back to the inn, and we can ask the innkeep if they put up any woman in the past several days.
That works too.
By all means.
Alright. I'm going back to the inn. Anyone who wants to do the boogie woogie.
I'm gonna go make sure he doesn't get his head beaten in by a giant woman.
You just
I'm
wanna
sure
know
that's
it.
what it's going.
Look! I protect my friend! And have a talk, you know. Go find this bitch.
I'll come with you since she recognizes both Daria and myself. So
That's a good point.
then that way it's going to be one new face instead of three.
Oh, yeah, because you weren't with us.
Mhm.
Okay, yeah, that's a good. And someone that can actually talk and not make a fool of themselves.
You have the highest fucking charisma.
But my actual personality does not equate to that, okay?
My charisma is 10 with no additional on top
Damn,
of
bro, you
that.
got 10
I'm
charisma.
minus on charisma grade, so
I got a constitution of 22 and a charisma of 1. So we'll.
And
Google
what
talks
was
a lot, but he's probably annoying people.
Yeah. Ooh, this guy.
Yes.
I'll go back to the inn.
Back to the inn. Lovely. Let's follow the Oogie Boogie Daddy Weddy party.
Three Stooges.
Yeah, the Three Stooges. You go back to the shack, and who's gonna take the lead on that one?
Penny.
Yes. Oh. Penny. You hear the knocking. Yes, what is it?
We've come to ask a few more questions about your brother.
Before you even get to the end of the sentence. Okay. Ask.
Can we revive him?
I was like, how are you gonna ask this question? Like, can we talk to your dead brother or?
Make a
You
persuasion
notice how I didn't
check.
ask the other guy?
Listen,
I noticed that you.
Are you okay?
Hugo's just like,
That's my
I
name.
was gonna say maybe I.
My pronouns are that bitch.
they're like, firstly, they have no idea where the body of this dude is.
that would have been a
They've
good
never seen it. They have no idea if he's already been buried or not. So it's just basically going to be like, whatever ritual you have, halt. We need some milk, please.
Roll persuasion.
Yeah, no, that's a 5 plus 4, so that's a 9.
She's taken aback, and there's a bit of a chuckle. Like, oh, you're serious? Why would you want to? Can you do that? Do you don't look?
I mean, she can't. You can. Oh, he can.
Zeph will gesture to Hugo and just he can. He follows a god that allows him to.
Yeah.
I'll allow it on one condition. Just tell me if he mentions anything about me, about us. I don't know if that's how it works, but you know,
Of course.
any passing thoughts would be nice. I personally don't think I want to witness it.
Do you have any questions for him?
Yeah,
If we have the ability.
Just ask him if he has anything he wants to leave with me, I guess. Any messages. Don't worry, if he wants to tell you, he'll tell you. So if you give him a chance, he'll put it in. But it's around the back. It's not very deep. It's makeshift. There's different traditions for how we do it with Goliaths, but you can do what you have to do. If it means bringing those who did this to justice, I'm happy with that.
Thank you.
Thank you. And you guys Oh, yep.
I was gonna say Dario is the one that's digging up the body, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Well, you don't actually have to. When you get around the back, you find there's obviously soil there and it's shallow, but it's a lot of like stones and river stones put over like the interred body. And when you guys begin moving the stones, you realize he's laid there peacefully, but it seems like obviously there's more to what their funeral would be. Unfortunately, none of you really know what that would be, but obviously he is prepped for whatever that service is to happen. But he is laid there, readily hot and ready to go. I have no other way to say that other than you lot scare the shit out of me.
Excuse me, sir. Any words?
Oh wait, yeah. No, it's all you now.
Now, do we have anything in particular we want to ask? You were the ones that spoke to this lady last night.
Well, we do have to reserve one question for her.
Oh, we don't have to, but
Yes, we do.
I think it would be beneficial for our
Just make it up as you
relationship.
go. He said your grilled
Oh,
cheese
yeah.
were the best that he ever had.
He's the best assistant.
We're
alive.
vegan.
Well,
That's another meme, isn't it?
No.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
I both love
It is
and
now.
hate all of you.
because we already got names from her.
that's what she heard, right?
Yeah. So he would have heard those same names as well.
We can ask him, like, did he
Um,
get to talk to them and, like,
How many
discuss it?
were there? What did you hear?
Yeah, like numbers, anything that would basically be an indication to tell exactly who that person is if we were to see them in a crowd. Like anything that would stand out. Like I know,
Can you tell us what happened to you?
He's gonna say he got stabbed in the chest.
Yeah.
and pinned to
But
it.
like, did he go charging out? Did he fight them? Did he
Yeah.
actually see much? We might know straight away whether it's worth
Yeah.
asking more questions.
because I think
Straight up.
first one would
Or did he
be
just get
how
stabbed and
many.
walk through the door, you know?
Second one would be what direction.
Just tell him to tell us a story.
Because I feel like
What is it?
an indication to see if they came to there first or they came from the shop and then went there.
Could we get him to recount the events of the night?
That's
In his
what I'm saying, like-
They could probably just ask us, can
Yeah.
you tell us what
Can you
happened?
tell us what happened to you the night of your
I
death?
believe mechanically that is a way around it.
like-
If you ask the question openly, he's like, can you please recount what happened from
Yeah.
when the battle started to when you
Yeah.
died? I think that actually
Yeah.
gets around
Can you
it.
tell us what happened the night of your death? Then,
Could you imagine it? Oh boy, you better get a whiteboard.
depending on how many
Yeah.
like things we ask, if there's any more details about the people.
Remember, there's not a time limit on how you ask questions. You are allowed to take a minute to
Yeah.
think about how you want to word it. It's not like you're like, when you got to shoot the fucking questions off. Like, Jesus Christ. Like,
What if you ask him fast enough he never gets to answer them? Do you just get unlimited questions?
Keep throwing them out. Queuing them up.
Alright, well, I'll go up and I'll perform the rite and cast the spell. And bring our body back.
much differently to the last time that you just did this 15 minutes ago, the purple magic leaves your hand and goes into Eridak's body, and he comes to consciousness much slower, in a sense, like it's not erratic, and sits up with a bit of a groan, like oh fuck me,
It's like dead.
and like looks over to you.
Can you recount the events that led up to your death on that night?
There was banging, like explosions, something blowing up, but several in succession. Then we started hearing the screams. My sister wanted to rush out with me, and as she attempted to follow, I pushed her back into the house. And I rushed to the street to meet this fucking asshole. He had this thing, like a barrel on a handle, and it was launching projectiles at people, like a ship cannon but smaller. And he was just shooting wildly. Devil may care. And I met him in the street, hearing the screams of people trying to hide. And I gave it all I got. I got in close, so he couldn't hit me with this thing. But he had a sword. And the dance went backwards. And next thing I know, he... Well... stuck me to the door.
Did you see how many there were?
Just because I want to see everyone's reaction.
There was 20 of them. I thought you were rolling how many. That's what I was thinking.
Now I've got to go to where I keep my other notes.
Oh, well, secret notes.
Fuck out of it.
I'll look at the camera.
There's cameras everywhere.
I'm going to go to bed and everything.
Always watching without skin.
Always watching. Okay.
Hey, I got that one.
Oh, we're old.
Bless you.
He thinks back. There were 6.
Can I ask a question?
Go for it.
Did you know any of them at all? No,
Not
nothing.
personally.
I'm gonna stop asking questions now.
Well, I'm gonna sort of huddle. What shall we ask him next?
Ask him to do the Macarena.
No.
I feel like we're obligated to ask him about, like,
We've still got 2 questions,
Okay,
so
two questions
we've got one more we can ask. Maybe if there are any distinguishing features or...
does he have any idea
Clothing.
why they were here? Or that? Or your question works too.
Or did you ever hear anything from him? I guess the
Yeah.
last time. But we already know kind of what he was shouting.
Yeah, because she heard it directly from.
Is there anything that happened to him or around him that night that may give an idea of what the fuck they wanted?
Well, we already know what they wanted. They
They
wanted
wanted
a
something.
woman.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We know what
And
happened.
we already know as well from the old man too that there wasn't really anything that was majorly distinctual about the group. It was just that one guy had a glass eye.
Maybe we ask them if they
think
noticed
that's-
any other things with their clothes or visuals for other people, because the other guy only noticed like 2 people.
Were they all wearing dusters? Cowboy.
Can't think of anything else really good to ask anyway.
Yeah.
It might be part of the cowboy game.
So can we think of anything interesting?
I mean, we could see if he noticed if, they split and the other group went towards the shop. Because I'm assuming the shop's the opposite side.
They're on the same end of town.
Yeah.
But the twins' shack, I just call them the twins. The twins' shack is like off one of those little side roads.
Yeah.
So the shop's on the main strip and the shack's just kind of around the corner. They're kind of close, maybe like 2 minutes,
Yeah.
3 minutes, if that. 30 seconds if you fucking run quick enough.
So
I
they
feel like we could get that information from someone else in town. He may have been one of the only few that saw them up close.
maybe then we should just reserve the last 2 for his sister. Because I don't think we really have anything else to ask him.
Well, I think I might ask if he knows any visual cues that we can follow, otherwise. So, turns back. The ones that attacked the village, was there any particular obvious visuals to them, whether it be the way they dress or the way that they look?
When I went out to fight, I saw silhouettes, people moving quickly, causing a ruckus. My main concern was the fucking asshole in front of me. Thin fella, big coat, had that thing, and one piercing blue eye, and one Fucked up eye. Scratches down his face. Looks like he'd been glassed pretty badly. Pointy ears. Elf, I think.
Finally, is there any messages you would like us to pass on to your sister?
Tell her I said I don't regret anything. You were smart to stay in the house after I put you back. Please don't fuck up the house while I'm gone. And continue to be free. And that's good enough for me.
Got one more question.
Nope, that's it.
Oh, really? Oh,
And
yeah.
with that,
Rest, my friend. Takes the soul.
the spell ends. You look like you're itching at the seams to say something.
I need to ask a question just to make sure that I haven't like misheard or anything like that. Does
Okay.
anyone know what color coat this guy was wearing?
Didn't you say it was like
It was, I think, I believe. Let me just double check It was a leather. Yeah, so you're looking like a dark brown or a black. Sorry, I don't really specify the colors unless they're like with leather, unless it's really important. But I dare say it's just a really dark brown, like nearly a black.
Okay.
While we go back inside, thank you for allowing us to do that. He did have a message for you. I would repeat what was said.
Of course he did.
Don't regret anything. You were smart to stay inside. Don't fuck up the house and stay free.
Yeah, well, I stayed in the house and look how that went for you. Stupid bastard.
Hugo smirks and sort of appreciates the dark humor.
I appreciate it.
As they walk out, he also points up at the doors like, do you wish to keep this reminder of his passing, or with the cut in the door? Is that a sore spot?
I think I'll keep it.
Very well.
Thank you.
You leave.
You guys late? Do we want to
Hit on the sister again?
No.
reconvene?
She's had enough.
Do we want to reconvene at the inn where the rest of the party went?
You guys were ahead of us. I don't know if you wanted to.
Yeah.
You-
What's
we were going straight to the inn to
you were going
question
straight to the inn? So what's happening with you two while we're in the inn?
I mean, unless Voyage has anything to say on the way to the inn.
Not particularly.
Okay. When they get to the inn, Zero does the same thing that she did to Zeph, where it's like, you're old enough now, you can order at Hungry Jack's for yourself. And gently sort of pushes Voyage forward to the reception and lets him drive this questioning.
Cuban heels. Like, no, oh fuck. I'm here now.
I forgot her name.
Hinsa.
She around or is she?
Yeah, she's behind the desk. You get the sense she doesn't really do a lot with her day.
Hi.
Hey.
Was just hoping to ask a favor.
Yes.
We've been looking into what's happened here, and we were hoping to get a look at the records for who stayed here over the past, say, couple weeks, of anyone who's been passing through.
Sure. I think I can have a look. And she hops down, like bends down into a cabinet that's behind the counter. And there's a bit of rummaging. And eventually pulls out the, like a ledger book. It's just like a big, thick leatherback book. You know, they don't have folders in fucking High Fantasy. Or maybe they do, I don't know. Fuck it.
You're well, mate.
Fuck it. I said no. No manila folder.
No manila folder!
Oh, I got her. That's it.
You broke it.
That's the one that got her. Oh no. Breathe, woman. Breathe. Jesus Christ.
Please continue.
And when she starts going back through the ledger, there's about 2.5 weeks where it's blank, and then on to the next, like that following page where it goes in. And it was the next one were a couple of names, and they were male. No, I don't have every fucking NPC name written in the book. Of course not.
We don't expect you to.
Good. But it's no.
I
Like
want a physical copy of the ledger.
what's the nicest way?
Stop trying to go fucking.
Go fuck yourself. Yeah.
Fair.
Yeah, but she looks through it and she goes, no, like a lot of these are like lodgers and farmers that come through. That they regularly come through every couple of weeks, where they go north and they go west and all that sort of stuff. But no women that aren't already here.
Were there any that possibly stopped in for a day? Not even an overnight stay. Just anyone who may have any solo traveling woman who looked like they were in a hurry. Maybe.
No cap, double 17s with advantage because she's looking at her book. That shit's tight. I'm in a photo of that. You guys can stay right there. She looks through it and she goes, look, if someone stopped in here, like just passing through the town, I don't know about it. Like this woman or whoever's probably could have gone and spoken to, could have gone to the shop, could have gone to, I don't know, just stopped in. I'm really not sure. But as far as my records show, there's no woman's come in here that was odd or important or was in and out quicker that it seemed odd. Unfortunately. I'm sorry I can't be much more help.
No, your help has been appreciated. Thank you for helping us turn it into a nice little bow.
You find she mimics the hand action.
Bless her.
She's like 19. Come on now.
That's adorable.
She is.
And it's a strapping young 21-year-old man who's currently asking lovely favors.
Stop it. Stop it. Did you use your inspiration yet?
Nah.
No, I was going to say you can take another one.
Cool.
I
Tallies.
don't think you can stack them up. You can't stack inspiration.
It's in my book. It's in the book.
Dad, are you going to say that it doesn't count? Sorry. Anyway. You know what? I'll say it like this. The next serious question you ask, you can get advantage on it.
Cool.
Because that was fucking funny.
404 Bailey's left the building. Dial up noises.
I can add those in later.
Oh,
Thank you.
no.
Thank you.
Oh,
I need that.
excellent.
Just add the windows.
Old man Whitaker sees everyone who comes through. Just about, doesn't he?
Good work.
Why don't we go hit him up and ask? Yeah.
Absolutely. You lead the way.
Where does he live?
After like Zero goes, you lead the way. And then she walks ahead.
I love that. I would dare say that probably you guys would probably meet each other in the street, like crossing paths as everyone goes to reconvene again. So as you guys are coming back to the inn to go, oh, hey, we just talked to another dead guy. You guys are leaving and go, we're going to talk to
A nearly dead guy.
Yeah, an about to be dead guy.
What time of morning has it reached? Is like
By this
10
point
to 5?
now, it's definitely going into like 10.
Do we
10.
see Hans anywhere?
You do see Hans actually, yeah. But probably about the time when you guys go to leave, you see he's actually coming up the street. He's a bit behind you.
I would just grab him and ask. What's it? Hans, Idris mentioned that you and your wife have been in town a lot longer than most.
Yeah, about 10 years. Yes.
I'd just like to know, has there been a woman that's come through and left at any point that might have jumped out to your attention? We've heard that those that attacked your village were in search of a woman.
He
I am
thinks about it.
looking him up.
Yeah.
I'm paying attention.
Thinks about it. Looks past you. Looks to Zero. And then looks back. She's probably the only new woman that's come in here in months. So, yeah, unless your friend is doing something that you don't know about, I don't know.
How about in the history, when you first came to town, has there been anyone of of note that's left?
Only Vicenza, but Vicenza she was old. And I say that with all the respect in the world to the gods. She was old. Like, I'm pretty sure she was older than Old Man Whittaker by the time Old Man Whittaker became Old Man Whittaker.
He
That's
doesn't
fair.
like being called old man Whittaker.
I know, that's a weird thing, but he also puts it in his own sentences. It's quite peculiar. It's like he's perpetuating this weird title on himself, you understand? It's odd.
I guess I'd also like to ask, did you actually see the attack take place at all?
When I glimpsed out the window, I saw a bang, and I promptly put my head back down under the window and proceeded to hide under the table with my wife.
I think that's only fair.
You gotta understand, bandits and, roguish types, it's not uncommon in small towns, but we've never had people come through just destroying things for the sake of destroying things.
No, that's what's piqued our attention to this whole situation. If the general store had been turned over, then we'd expect it to just be bandits, but this has piqued our interest.
I can see where that line would get drawn, yes. Especially considering Idris lost his family in the store. That is quite peculiar that nothing was stolen.
We want to be aware of what's going on as we're on our way to the city after this, and anyone that we could cross paths with, we would like to know who would be considered dangerous, and this group of individuals definitely seems dangerous.
I think that dangerous people are, I might be wrong, but two types. They're either dangerous and you want to know about it, or they don't want anybody to know about it. That's just my opinion. Look, considering they did damage quickly and left, I don't think they're gonna come back. But if you have an idea of what you're looking for, maybe the big city is where you want to be, my friend.
I'm less concerned about the returning here as I am about us crossing paths with them on the way to the city.
Well, I guess that's one of those funny things you have to wait for, yes? And just see what happens. But look at it like this. You have done services for the people here, as big or as little as they may be, and we will welcome you back, should you ever find your way back around.
Well, we still have a few more questions to ask to see if we can't discern what has taken place, but thank you for your hospitalities.
Thank you very much. You know where the shop is, but if you get confused, you can just ask Hinsa, and she'll tell me, and she'll let me know, and I'll pop right over.
Enjoy your day.
Wonderful. Shakes your hand and wanders off. As we pan back over, what's the game plan for the party?
While this conversation is happening between Hugel and Hans,
Sorry.
Voyage is actually going to turn to any of you who choose to answer.
Who is looking at me? Yeah.
Because, to my understanding, Voyage hasn't actually been there for any of the descriptions of the man with the gun himself. So he's looking for that description. He's looking to find out about the individual a bit more in detail. So what did this man with the gun look like?
Zero just gives you a small notebook.
Which has all the notes.
Because you've got the notes from Old Man Whittaker.
Yeah.
And you two have got the dialogue from, you three have got the dialogue from the brother.
Yeah.
Right? Okay.
Now, I've got a question.
Fuck, here we go. Here it is.
It's the right eye that's fucked up.
Yes, it is.
The man I shot at the fight pit, his right eye was also fucked up.
Yes, that is true. Look, there's a possibility, but But also at the same time, at the fire pit, that guy definitely did not have a gun.
That's fair.
I also feel like he died. Didn't you shoot him in the face and the other eye?
I don't quite remember. All I know that it lined up. It was the same eye thing.
That was the bandit captain. Yeah. That was the stat that I was using for him. He was like the big dude in the red coat. No, he was very big and burly. This description is of a thin man. Lanky, thin, agile.
Okay, cool. Yeah. Cool. I just need to make sure, because those wires were crossed with that very specific descriptor. Okay. Onward with questioning.
Zeph just wanted to quickly talk to Voyage and Zara and just kind of be like, so did you guys find anything out?
Nothing. No woman. No lone traveling woman. No.
Those names that we got from... Did you ask her about those?
Thinking.
I feel like we would have cross-referenced that when we were looking through the ledger of the names.
No, they weren't in there.
Okay.
What were the names?
Isha, ISH apostrophe A, and I'm not going to try and pronounce
Alabane.
it. I feel like I've spelt it wrong.
Alabane.
Bane. There we go.
And do we know if either of... So I'll ask you too. Do we know if either of those names match to the glass-eyed man or elf?
In what way?
Is his name Alabane or Isha? Or were these just names that were shouted amongst
No,
the
these were
group?
names that were just said.
Okay.
When we got it from the Goliath woman, I believe, she said that she heard something about the city and those two names.
Yeah.
And that they weren't here, and that she wasn't here. That was another thing, that she wasn't here.
So we know there is a party of 6. Isha, Alabane, and the glass-eyed elf. There are 3 that are unaccounted for. And an old man that has stories too.
Good luck with him.
I'm so glad that one old man has just fucking trunked this group. It makes me so happy.
I still have some tricks up my sleeve.
Oh, you gonna go to the old man?
We'll start, like as we discussed, we'll probably just start making our way down.
Yeah, for sure. You guys begin to move down the street.
Are we getting any weird looks from people around town?
Not so much now.
No.
Not so much now.
So no one's acting
By the
suspicious.
few other folk that pop their heads out. You guys move to go speak with Old Man Whitaker, who doesn't like being called Old Man, to try and cross-reference some questions regarding what exactly the hell is going on in this fucking town. And that's going to be where we're going to call it, because that's been a chunky episode. We've been doing a lot of investigating. I love it though. Good job.
Feels like good luck editing this one.
I just put it on autopilot. Thank you everyone so much for watching. It's good, man. I think like the last 3 episodes have all had combat in them. Is the first one that didn't, so it's been good.
Heavy roleplay.
Watching everyone investigate, it's cool. We're like getting around it and seeing these weird interactions. I enjoyed it very much. It's very good. Again, thank you for anyone who's tuning in. We really do appreciate it. You know, putting a lot of effort into trying to make this good. I always said it in my old age that I'd never say this fucking sentence, but if you like it, subscribe and comment and all that fucking lame shit. God damn it. And yeah, thanks for hanging out and just being on the story with us as we follow some weird tomfoolery amongst our compatriots here. But I guess with that, we'll see you next time we're at the table. Good night.